but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. Big block engine with 26 inches on the chrome I ride. Started at the bottom, soared to the top and still on the ride. Air handshake solid, see the deal airtight. He gave you the blueprint to grind and get your hustle right. Money in the vision, it was dirty but he washed it clean. Turned a dollar to a dream, now he living like a king. From the late nights grinding to the early bird moves. Ask around the city, he really that dude. He love how he talk it cause he walk it too. Every step calculated, everything come through. From the hood by the views, yeah, the rooftop views. He the bridge between the struggle and the good life views. Never fold under pressure, shine like a diamond in the sun. Every loss was a lesson, every win is hard won. Now the crowd chant his name when he steps in the room. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, you know he's the truth. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain.
Listen up, it's B-Eazy Dat Dude, the great. He ain't fake, he one of the real guys. Spitting fire every stream, you been late to the party, now it's time to realize. From Pittsburgh to around the world, yeah, the flow is elite. Every beat that he slide on turns into straight heat. Came up from the grind, selling box on a laptop, running up a bag, feel like he hit the jackpot. Got the luxury visions, ambition vivid, never bluff. Purses, progress, persevere when the going gets tough. B-Eazy Dat Dude, got stripes in the game. Every rhyme, every line, they gon' remember the name. From the streets to the stage, the energy don't fade. Legend in the making, yeah, history's what he's laid. Mic in his hand, heart in the flow and soul on every beat. Dropping knowledge, power, bravado, his legacy complete. Hustle amplified, lyrics electrified, that's the truth. B-Eazy Dat Dude, established with certified proof. Feel the bass, feel the vibe, let it ride through the crowd. All the words, every hook, man, he keeps making us proud. King of his lane, rising above every feud. All hail the one and only, one and only, one and only. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah. Yeah.
He always do it big, you know who it is. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, B-Eazy Dat Dude. He on his way to the top and he ain't about to stop. You thought he would flop and didn't wanna give him props. The things you dreaming about he already did do. Now it's time to soak a game, he about to give you. Like, share, follow, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell to tune in when he goes live. Make a contribution if you feeling the content. Tap into the realness if you tired of the nonsense. I mean, no disrespect, ain't trying to sound rude, but the world already knows that B-Eazy's that dude. Ooh. Hey yo, who is that dude? Oh girl, that's just B-Eazy. Oh boy, that's just B-Eazy. Well, who is B-Eazy? Oh, you ain't know, he been a pro for show, all about the dough. He been running up them racks and still trying to get some more. Don't care about the fame, just trying to gain and grow. He really one of them ones, his presence so pivotal. So hell yeah, he that dude, this is unequivocal.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. Controversial, trending political topics. So it will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting, especially since y'all starting to roll in. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit ya.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民。
Hey,
と言っても実際世代です。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったこっち見ろ。
No regular, none of your competitors. Niggas better catch up like 10 steps ahead. Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really in me. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad. And we are activated. So it looks like we've already been joined by some trolls and some illustrious guests. So the trolls, hey, troll lives matter, but I'm only shouting out the illustrious and starting with Tay-Bay, and of course, the Florida fam, sunlight from the Sunshine State, shining brighter than a diamond. And we got East Coast, Nassau County's finest, Roger Meadows. Hey, where Brooklyn at? And who else we got? Camille, Aiden Riley in building. So this one is gonna be a banger. Y'all gonna learn something today. I got a lot to say about this, already written out my thoughts about it. And an hour and a half ago, I was going to send it to you when I'm back for vacay, but you'll have it. Oh, got you. Yes, once the lovely sister is back from vacay, I got you, Roger. So salute to Roger Meadows, salute to the lovely Sunlight, also the exquisite Tay-Bay. So we're going to get right into this thing. Unless you've been living under a rock, y'all know what has happened. Civil rights dismantled. The Voter Rights Act gutted. Right? So is this a good thing, a bad thing? Who does this benefit? So we're going to get a broader perspective, but then we're also going to get a blacker perspective, because you know over here, this is a foundational Black American freedman first mentality. However, we do believe in universal policies, and a rising tide lifts all boats, right? But we got to lift our boat up first, right? Just as well as I know that you're trying to lift your boat up, and I ain't going to lift your boat up. I ain't going to hold you, right? You're worried about your community, your family, your lineage, right? Your progeny. I understand it. So don't act confused when we say we're doing the same thing. So we're going to get into this, right? So let's start with this. This is a video from MS Now. I'm not going to, don't think I'll play all of it, but maybe I will. It's 7 minutes and 42 seconds. I will have to stop it, pause it, pull the video down, fast forward, rewind it so that it is not considered copyright infringement and I don't get a strike. But if you want to watch the video uninterrupted, you can go to that channel. And this is not, I'm not subscribed to MS Now. I don't truly care about the people that appear on here. It's just this message is promoted and promulgated to the larger voting society, the people who are on the grassroots or considered the rank and file who may or may not vote. Many of them are not always privy to all of the information that they need to be. And some of them, they rely too much on the media sensationalism and the political theatrics where they pick your leader and also tell you what to think. And then some people think that they have an independent thought, but no, it's a socially engineered thought that many are afraid to challenge. So we're going to get into this video right here. So this is on Alex Velsh's show or something like that. I think his name is Alec Velshi, and they're going to have Nicole Hannah-Jones, who is someone who takes the talking points of the grassroots, whether it be FBA, ADOS, Solon, right? They take the talking points, but then they try to reframe them into a liberal package, right? They take the Black pain, plight, and tribulations, and then they try to all lives matter it, right? And all lives do matter. But if it's about all lives, tell us what everybody else went through. So they love for us to be what I call people's political doormats and voter mules, right? We're supposed to get crapped on, beat up, spit on, pooped on, lynched and everything. And then when it's time for repair, it's time for reparations, it's time for restorative justice, then it turns into, well, all tragedies matter. Yeah, but we're talking about America, not some tragedy of someone seeking asylum, right? You know, you're supposed to be worried about someone that was fleeing gang violence in Venezuela, but not care about some person that's trying to flee gang violence in Chicago. It's like, shut up and just get over it. All right, fine. We'll tell that Venezuelan to shut up and stay in their homeland and get over it. That would be considered xenophobic. But no one cares what happened to the native born population. They all love to say, what about Chicago? What about Oakland? How are we going to help Oakland by focusing on Colombia or focusing on Mexico? And the point is to not focus on it. The point is to use you as a political doormat, a political football that can be thrown around, kicked around, spiked. Think about all the things that people do with footballs. Think about how dirty footballs are. That's what they consider Black people, their vote and their existence, as much as they culturally leech and tether towards our accomplishments, you know, our level of swag, enigmatic aura, right? They try to downplay it, right? So that's just a little bit of a harangue and a preface to the discussion. But we're going to get into it, right? I got time today, so this one might be a long one or it might be short, and then I might come back and hit y'all with a double header. Let's get into it.
Nicole Hannah-Jones joins me now. She's a Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter with the New York Times Magazine. She's the creator of the 1619 Project, and she is the founder of the Center for Journalism and Democracy at Howard University.
And just for the people coming in, if y'all want to watch the video uninterrupted, y'all can go over there. Here, I will have to pause it, and then I will occasionally pull the video down like this, but don't worry, because I will put it back up like this. So just so we're clear. And of course, I like to interact with the chat. If you're a troll, bring some level of scholarly sophistication. And it's okay if you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me. Just, you know, chill out, listen, and learn. I'm here to teach, but I'm also here to learn. We've been joined by some other illustrious guests. Last call, Mr. Midnight or Midday Soul himself, chatting from an undisclosed location in Northern America. Salute to Last Call, and salute to Frank Nitty. What it did it do? He says facts. They deflect and they want us to have more empathy and sympathy for them and not for our own. And this is a sick twisted mentality and a tactic to have. They always tell you, why y'all make it about race? And then that's all they're doing is making about race, right? If there's some dude in Chicago that happens to do a crime and he might happen to be black, well, why are you making it about race? That was just a human being who did a crime. That was just an American citizen who did crime. Nah, we have to make it about race and talk about black on black crime, right? But none of these groups. Most Latinos harm Latinos. Most whites harm whites. Most blacks harm blacks. And I'm not saying most of the population does it. Let me rephrase that. What I'm saying is most crime is intraracial. Let me say that more succinctly because I don't want someone to be confused. Most crime is intraracial. So that means that most crime is proximity based. If we live in these segregated enclaves, of course, there's going to be more crime of black people committing against other black people. Same way in Appalachia, if it's a bunch of white people, they're not going to ride 30 miles to find the nearest black neighborhood to commit a crime there, right? Most of the crime will be committed by the people that lives around them. That doesn't make it okay, right? Just as why when kids get abused, who is the people that does it most? The people who are closest to them. The people who have closest proximity to them. If it's not a family member, it could be a gym teacher, a coach, or something like that. Proximity, not race, is the greatest predictor. Proximity and poverty, to make it more succinctly. And yes, she says, especially Italians. Yeah, all of these groups, but there's only one particular demographic, racial and ethnic demographic that they stigmatize. You know what I mean? And sometimes many of the people, they go for it, right? Especially if you want to be a made man, you can't be a made man unless you have a bloodline, a racial, ethnic bloodline that traces back to Sicily, right? But nobody looks at them and say, well, why did they gotta make it about race and lineage? No, they praise them for that. You know, all of these mafia movies that you're supposed to glorify and that you actually love and that people internalize, whose culture is that? All those mafioso types that was selling drugs, that were slaughtering people, who raised those people? So Frank says they romanticize white crime, i.e. Italian movies, mob movies, and crazy because Lanke made the organized crime crews. Yeah, there's an Irish mafia, Jewish mafia, Italian mafia. There's Mexican cartels, Colombian cartels, right? There's they have like a Israeli have their own thing. So all of these other groups, they're way more violent. They have way more organized crime. That's more cultural than anything. If you have a cultural cohesive unit that is a well-oiled machine of crime, that's more cultural. If some crusty, musty, dusty nigga in Baltimore does a drive-by, I don't know that nigga. How are you gonna say the black community needs to hold itself accountable? I don't know that nigga. How am I gonna hold him accountable? Plus, he's already been held accountable by the government. They locked him up. That's accountability. He's a felon. That's accountability, right? Meanwhile, these other people just get to parade around and do all their crimes and then talking about, y'all got a crime problem. No, y'all crime is worse. Many of us is, actually law-abiding citizens. And the people in these other communities, not all, but I'm saying the people that have these illicit massage parlors or in some of these crime businesses, many of these legitimate businesses was funded with crime money. Right now, if I sold a bunch of dope and I say, you know what, I want to get out the game and I fund the daycare, they will say that daycare was built with blood money and they will want to try to confiscate or somehow, make sure that daycare doesn't exist. But what do you think that they've done in Italian neighborhoods, right? You like, oh, wow, this neighborhood is so vibrant with these businesses. Not only were they given government loans, grants, goodies, giveaways, and guarantees, many of those businesses were funded with what they would call blood money. And I'm not trying to be, talk about morality or anything like that. I'm just saying what it is. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that it's right, wrong. That's up to you to make it. But when we talk about this as a white Christian nation, talk about a bastion of morality, what is Christian about that? Businesses funded on blood feud money, businesses funded on drug money. What is Christian about that? And answer me this, whose culture is that? And we've been joined by the hardest working mod on YouTube, Vibrant Low, in building. She said they were called swarthy, which is dark skinned or olive colored. Yeah, and they were also called guineas, which they were saying that you're African, which was saying that they were black, and which were saying that they were niggas. And she says, and Italians from Sicily have Moorish blood, i.e. black in their bloodline. Northern Italians did not consider them white for generations. Yes, they fought to be assimilated into whiteness, but now it's just a given, like we white and there's nothing that you can say about it. No, they weren't. So now when they start looking back at old school movies of Romans and they're like, look at all those white people over there. It's like those Romans weren't considered white, but now because they want to, bestow some virtue on, being from this empire, then suddenly they want to take credit for them being white. Greeks weren't considered white either. But let's get back into the video. And shout out to Trendsphere. You said you're a big fan of who? I just want to be clear. I don't want to assume that you talk about me because I said a lot. So I don't know what you're saying you're a big fan of. So, but shout out to Trendsphere. Thank you for your viewership. Let's get back into the video. And we're talking about the y'all see the Chiron Supreme Court cripples landmark voting rights law. Who does this benefit?
In D.C. Nicole, thank you for being with us this morning. Not many people realize that Chief Justice Roberts has actually spent his entire career, from his days as a young lawyer in the Reagan White House, working to dismantle the Voting Rights Act. And your words are that this week, this project seems almost entirely complete.
Yeah, Ali, thanks as always for spending so much time educating your viewers on the perilous moment that we're in. It is complete, essentially, unless Congress acts. I think something is really important here. The hallmark of a liberal democracy is protection of minority rights and that people have a right and ability to choose their own representation. And I think that we've done a grave disservice to both the truth and the enduring fight for equality when we frame the civil rights movement and the fight for voting rights as merely a Black rights movement. Mm-hmm. It's true. Black people were the ones who were willing to sacrifice their lives, their homes, their bodies in order to democratize America. But this really was about ensuring democracy for everyone. And if you give me...
So there you have it right there. So they will admit, yes, it was Black people, the ones who was out there crashing out. We were everyone's voter mule, everyone's political doormat. We were the ones getting bullets. We were the ones getting broken, brutalized, suffering barbarism. Also, people could come over here and say that we're lazy. Their people were too lazy to build in their homeland. Their people were too lazy and too afraid to fight. They're telling the same group of people who descend from ancestors who loved the country so much and they loved what the future could hold so much that they fought for something that they wouldn't even enjoy. Many people put their lives on the line just so you can vote. And now all they say is vote, 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 vote. What am I going to get out of it? Nothing, but just vote. Your ancestors died for you to vote. Okay. So if that's the case, if my ancestors supposedly died for the right for you to vote, did they die for the right for you to immigrate here too? But you're not trying to fight for anything that will help uplift my people. You'll praise my ancestors for fighting. You'll praise me for fighting because it wasn't just our ancestors. It's been us fighting. We've been the ones, unfortunately, and I would say idiotically, fighting for open borders. Why? Because we believe an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. And then these same people, remember Muhammad Ali said, man, they wanted to send him to Vietnam. He said, I ain't going over there to fight them people. They never called me a nigga. And then when they came over here and immigrated in significant numbers, guess what they start calling black people? Nigga. Set up shop in black neighborhoods. But no, we don't want to live next to the niggas. We just want to extract money from the niggas, right? And then they convince you that this is a black and brown coalition or a people of color. But none of these people identified as a color. You ask them what color they are. You don't even know what color these people are. So how are you lumping me in a group of people of color with a bunch of people who don't even identify as a color? A bunch of people that have the same color as white people. White people aren't considered people of color, but a bunch of people of color are the same color as white people. Make it make sense. Let's get back into it.
A moment, I'd just like to explain how.
Yeah.
It is true. You know, the Supreme Court is basically arguing that racial gerrymandering is unconstitutional, but partisan gerrymandering is legitimate, while pretending not to understand that in the South, where half of all Black Americans live, the partisan divide is a racial divide. Nearly all white Southerners vote for Republicans, and nearly all Black people in the South vote Democrat.
And see, this is a whole thing, too, when they try to keep talking about the Jim Crow South, and we know about the South. And yes, half of Black Americans do live in the South. The rest of us are kind of spread over, right? But they always talk about the Jim Crow South and try to pretend as if the South is just this unique form of anti-Black bigotry. Not to say I don't want any form of hate. I don't want any form of racism or bigotry. I think is low IQ. I think is low impulse. I think it's low energy. And I just think that it's a lot of imbecility involved in being so hateful towards the people, right? But when they pretend as if the South is so uniquely hateful, I would argue that the North in many places are even more hateful. California is one of the most anti-Black places in existence, right? But it's framed as, hey, we love you. And they use the plight of Black people to drown us out with the whole people of color, marginalized groups. So it pretends as if they're helping minorities. But it's like you spent all the time saying Black crime, Black this, Black homelessness, Black that, Black people failing, Blackity, Black. Okay, how do we fix that? We have to give money to immigrants. We have to give reparations to immigrants. We have to help immigrants buy a home because this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. But you was just saying Black, all the disparities that Black people are going to. Shut up, nigga. We got to help the immigrants. That's pretty much California, New York, and all of these blue states in a nutshell, right? Black. And then when it's time to cut a check, hey, we only said Black in the media, in the legislative language. We said minorities, marginalized groups, underserved communities, right? So the trans community is underserved. Immigrants are underserved, right? And then they put even more language that it say regardless of citizenship status. So that means undocumented. That means if you came here illegally, well, doesn't matter. Regardless of your citizenship status, we don't even ask. They asked the mayor of Boston and she said, we don't even ask their citizenship status. If they can't speak English, she said, we don't even ask. We just help them get a translator. How much do you think it costs to get a translator, right? So they don't have money for English speaking kids to help their schools, but somehow they have money for immigrant kids who don't speak English to pay people to help them learn English. I mean, make it make sense. Just by me presenting this fact, that's xenophobic. Okay.
And it's not incidental that we have this racial and partisan divide in the former Confederate states, in the states that uniformly, by the way, oppose the Voting Rights Act.
And this is what I'm saying. This is why people gotta retire this idiotic term, people of color. Like, who the hell are you talking about? The only, and I do mean only people who were classified as colored in America were foundational Black American freedmen. Other people were misidentified and reclassified, or at least attempted to be called, categorized, or classified as colored. And you know what they said? Hilton and no. We are not colored. So even people with brown skin like Nikki Haley, Nimrata Haley, right? She identified as white when she was in South Carolina running for governor. All these people, right? When you talk about Asians are allegedly people of color, right? But what color are Asians? They're definitely not Black. You can't call them white. They're not white. They're Asian, but they're the same complexion as many white people. Yeah, but they ain't white, man. They're people of color. Okay, fine. So we've eliminated the color white. We've eliminated the color Black. Are Asians brown? Yeah, well, some Asians are brown. So are we talking about, when we say people of color, are we talking about the brown Filipinos, the brown Cambodians? What about the white pale-skinned Koreans? Are they people of color? What about the pale-skinned Japanese and Chinese people? Are they people of color? Well, yeah, they Asian, so that automatically makes them people of color, because remember the yellow peril? They called the Chinese people yellow. Yeah, but they're not yellow, and they don't identify as yellow. And many find that offensive to identify them as yellow. So if you can't call Asians yellow, you can't call them brown, you can't call them pink, you can't call them white. What the hell color are Asians? Asians are people of color. Okay, fine. What color? Most foundational Black Americans are not Black. So when we say that we're Black, no one is saying that our skin tone is literally Black. We're saying that that is our ethnonym, our racial, and more specifically, our ethnic, cultural, and lineage identifier. Most of us are brown, copper colored, right? Many of us would be considered red boned and light skinned. So we know, so realistically, we're the yellow ones, right? We're all of the colors of the spectrum, right? Most of us are brown. Many of us are yellow, right? So when we talk about yellow, Asians have an issue being called yellow, but we don't. That's why we got terms like high yellow, right? We call yellow people red. Hey, what's up, red bone? Hey, hey, what up, red? You know what I mean? So we have no issues being called colors, right? But all of these other people of color, what color are they, right? You talk about Mexicans, right? Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez is a person of color. How? He's Mexican. Okay, yeah, but what color is he? Well, he's not brown, but he's Mexican. Yeah, I asked you, what color is Canelo Alvarez? He's Mexican. There's no color called Mexican, though. So they try to pretend as if they don't know what a color is when you start, you know, getting down to brass tacks. Fine. Y'all want to continue to use that word, people of color? Then I need to know what color of person that you are. And you know what else? I can't call white people white anymore, right? I have to call them people of no color, people who lack color, people devoid of color, people with a minuscule color. Which one do y'all prefer? If y'all insist on grouping a bunch of people that have nothing in common together, but maybe some skin pigments that varies, right? If y'all want to insist on calling all of us people of color, and I have no choice but to call white people people of no color. But here's the thing, though. They love to say, why y'all call y'allself Black? Black is just a color in the crayon box. Guess what other colors are in the crayon box? Black, brown, yellow, pink, purple, red, and you guessed it, white. White is a color as well. White people have melanin as well. So when you say people of color, is white not a color? Yeah, it's a color, but not like that, huh? How is white a different color than pink? How is white a different color than yellow? Yeah, they're different colors, but colors nonetheless. And that's how idiotic that term is. And that's how offensive it is, because many of you guys went out of your way to fight to not be labeled colored, because you know colored is labeled with black. Why y'all call yourselves black, man? I got a country to claim. Well, claim that country. Now suddenly people don't want to claim the country, right? I'm not black, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm not black, I'm Dominican. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. So you should have no issue calling yourself a Nigerian American. Why are you trying to call yourself a black American? Y'all kept saying there ain't no country called black. There's no country called white, but you're getting smacked up by white supremacists. Why won't you say that you're Nigerian American or Chinese American? All of these people say, stop making it about race. I'm not making it about race. I'm making it about national and ethnic identity. You're a Chinese American, right? There's no color called Chinese. So, you know, I went on a bit of a harangue, but like, you know, I'm on one today. Let's get back into the video.
What's also true is that what the Voting Rights Act overturned were race neutral policies. So when you were telling your viewers about the grandfather clauses, the literacy test, the poll taxes, these were race neutral because the 15th Amendment said you can't bar someone from voting based on their race. And so what white conservatives did was they figured out, how can we pass laws that don't mention race, but that will have the same impact? Well, that's what this gerrymandering is doing. It is race neutral, but the Voting Rights Act recognized that race neutral policies can have a racist impact and a racial impact. So one other thing I think that's important, though, about why this isn't just for Black people, the grandfather clauses, poll taxes, and literacy tests disenfranchised nearly all Black people, but also significant numbers of white people who also could not come up with a poll tax or pass a literacy exam. And they were willing, right? White elites were willing to sacrifice a number of white voters in order to punish most Black.
And yeah, that's the whole saying where people say, shoot off your nose to spite your face. There's many things that negatively impact white people, but as long as it hurts Black people more, many white people are okay going along with it, right? They used to have free public pools at just the random parks. Many white people didn't want to swim with Black people. They thought Black people, ew, they had the cooties, right? And these are the same white Christians who will say, this is a white Christian nation, right? We're all created in the image of God, except if you're Black, right? But if you love God so much and we were created in the image of God, why wouldn't you want to swim with God's children? That's how deep this hate went. So rather than swim, have a free pool that everyone can enjoy, they fill the pools with cement. Don't take my word for it. Just look it up. You don't even have to be precise. Just type in something random. Racist white people didn't want to swim with Black people, filled pools up with concrete. Type in something random like that and watch what you find. I mean, I might even pull it up, you know, just to show y'all. But many of these people, they already know what's going on. The reason why we don't have universal health care is because then everyone would have health care guaranteed. That means Black people would have health care guaranteed. They would have better health outcomes. So rather than having, but it wouldn't just be Black people, everyone would have better health outcomes. This is the literal definition of rising tide lifts all boats. But they looked and said, hold on, the Black people boat gonna get lifted? All right, nah, we out. But it's like, that means that your ship is going to sink. Yeah, but that means the Blacks will sink further. So, yeah, we're out. You know what I mean? How pathetic, diabolical, and demonic could you be? I'm going to play a little bit more of this video and I'm going to transition because I can't take two more of this kind of liberal lunacy. And it's not necessarily what she's saying is wrong. It's just they're saying all of this stuff. Oh, my God, look what they did to Black people. Oh, my God, this is Jim Crow 2.0. And then it's like, OK, so what's the solution? The solution is that we need more immigrants. It's like, so, but how does that help Black people? Shut up. It ain't just about Black people. It's about everybody. So why are you even mentioning us? Right. They keep talking about, oh, this is devastating for minorities. Oh, my God. So let the minorities fight. when they give out benefits to minorities, we're at the bottom of the list, right? They have, if a white dude breaks his leg and becomes disabled and gets a handicap placard, he's considered disabled and he's considered a minority. Let all the disabled people fight. Like, if we're at the bottom of this minority hierarchy, that means the people at the top should be fighting the hardest, right? So it should be more white women fighting, more trans people fighting, more disabled people fighting, more immigrants fighting. And if some black people want to go out there and fight, then we should be the least group represented. They love to say, y'all about 13 to 15% of the population. So they say that in a way to diminish our numbers and undercut our numbers, even though we've been purposely undercounted, right? So they say that as if our population is so minuscule that we're not formidable. Fine. Remember, we're this low IQ, low impulse, savage community that's underfunded and undereducated, right? So why would y'all want us on the front lines? Wouldn't y'all want the high IQ model minorities, right? This is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. Okay, if it's a nation of immigrants, shouldn't it be mostly immigrants out there fighting? If the immigrants allegedly built it, right? So they built the nation, but they didn't fight for civil rights. Notice they never say this is a nation of immigrants and immigrants fought for civil rights. They never say that. They just allege that it was built by immigrants when it wasn't. They came later and contributed. Hey, salute to y'all. We appreciate the contribution. I sincerely am grateful for that. But they didn't build the country. You don't immigrate to a place that's not already established, a place that's not already thriving. People were failing and they wanted to come to a place that wasn't a complete failure. Now, we can talk about why it was failing. There was inept and corrupt leadership. And of course, U.S. imperialism, militarism abroad to help destabilize these nations. But that's not the argument they're making, right? I'm making that argument when they should be making these types of arguments, right? All of the people, I just came to seek a better life. Why didn't you create a better life where you were? You know what I mean? People will say, I had to flee Cuba because of Castro and communism, right? Who has more bodies on the that you can see? Communism or capitalism? Capitalism has laid so many bodies to rest, but you're talking about communism. I had to flee because of communism. We're in the belly of the beast. Y'all said that the big bad U.S. destabilized your country. So if they destabilized the country abroad, what do you think they did internally? Whatever they did to y'all, they did to us first, and it was way worse, right? So y'all don't want to give us credit for staying in the belly of the beast and fight it and making it, you know, a comfortable living situation for you to come here. But we're supposed to pull out the tiny violins and start crying because your own homeland corrupts leaders made it so you had to flee. I mean, cry me a river. Well, I mean, we'll just both be crying a river. You don't give a damn what we got going on here, and I don't give a damn that you had to flee and seek asylum. I wish it didn't have to be like this, but we've been the bleeding hearts for everybody. Oh my God, look, they're seeking asylum here. Come into the black neighborhood, right? And then that black neighborhood gets displaced, and now your kids have to learn Spanish, right? They say, oh, look, man, there's so many Spanish speakers, so now you have to learn, and it's a benefit to you. But how? And then when you learn Spanish, you know, you think that you're going to get hired at their restaurants. You go to the restaurants, no black people hired. Where are the black and brown construction companies, black and brown landscape companies? When I grew up, it was literally mostly black people that worked in fast food and did all of these jobs that they say they're just doing the jobs that no one wants to do. All of those jobs that they said no one wants to do. When I grew up, black people were doing those jobs. So clearly people were doing the jobs. Now, they weren't doing them for those wages that they were doing, but it's a lie to try to pretend as if they just came over here doing the jobs that nobody wants to do. Who were doing those jobs before they got here? So we have to just stop with these lies. But let's get into the chat, and I'm going to pull back up the video. And it looks like I Keep It Real says, you said I was saying the exact same thing. No one is a color. You sound silly. Well, okay. What do you identify as? Because this comment sounds silly if you don't got no extra context. And when people say that they are a color, no one literally is saying that they actually are that color. Right? I mean, you can say that about a lot of things. And realistically, nobody's forcing you to identify as black. You could call yourself whatever you want. It's funny because the people, why y'all call yourselves a color? Nobody is forcing you to call yourself a color. Call yourself whatever you want. And then stop worrying about people who call themselves a color. Galvanize the people who don't call themselves a color, right? A lot of people start whining about what other people call themselves. Why y'all call yourselves this? Well, call yourself whatever you want and go build with whatever community you're calling yourselves, right? I'm a Moor. Okay, where's your Moorish community that you've built? I haven't built one because I'm whining towards the blacks. Why y'all call yourselves FBA? I thought you called yourself a Moor. Why do you care what we call ourselves? So they give these other groups tangibles without them even voting. Correct. So this is the whole crock when they say that, where's your agenda? These people come over here, they're non-citizens. What agenda do they have? If you're fleeing across the border seeking asylum, do you think they have a little Dora Explorer backpack with an immigrant agenda? No, they don't have an agenda, but yet somehow the red carpet is being rolled out. Goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. Why? Because they have a lot of legalese minds helping them. They have a lot of these NGOs helping guide them through. So the whole that, oh man, we would have helped the black community, but they didn't have an agenda. That's whole BS, because then when blacks present their agenda, they say, yeah, we don't agree with it. So first they say you don't have an agenda. Then you present them with an agenda. And then they say, oh, we don't agree with your agenda because we don't want to specifically help black people. Now they'll specifically help Jewish people. They'll specifically help immigrants, Asians, and any other group, but it's just only us. However, they do need our pain and plight to legitimize the claims, which is why they always say, look what black people went through. Look what black people went through. And that's why we have to help minorities, because black people got lynched. So you said a lot of them came in the 80s. Yeah. And many immigrants, especially the African immigrants, most of them came after the year 2000. But let's get back into the video. And I'm only going to play a little bit more of this video, and then I'll transition into the next video.
I think that's important, though, about why this isn't just for black people. The grandfather clauses, poll taxes, and literacy tests disenfranchised nearly all black people, but also significant numbers of white people who also could not come up with a poll tax or pass a literacy exam. And they were willing, right? White elites were willing to sacrifice a number of white voters in order to punish most black voters. Well, we're going to see that same thing with the fall of the Voting Rights Act. There are actually millions of white people in the South who do vote Democrat. You look at a state like Tennessee, 1/3 of voters voted for Kamala Harris, including many, many college-educated white women. You look at a state like North Carolina. Actually, there are more registered Democrats in North Carolina than Republicans. Yet because of hyper gerrymandering, Republicans actually hold a supermajority, or until very recently, a supermajority in Congress. So what?
So yeah, all these people, they love to talk about that this is a democracy and we need to fight for democracy. But what democracy are you fighting for? A democracy that rigs and gerrymanders districts? Like, is that the democracy that you're truly fighting for? No, it's just the Republicans doing the gerrymandering. No, the Democrats do it as well. Both parties do it because both parties are beholden to the establishment, right? It's just like Undertaker versus Stone Cold Steve Austin. They're still under the WWF or WWE, right? Two characters, under the same league, pretty much the league of elite cabal shadows. So let's play this video from this chick named Politics Girl or something. And a lot of Democrats are panicking and trying to pretend as if this is Jim Crow 2.0. And I'm not saying I agree with his decision, but at this point, it just kind of is what it is, because the Democrats didn't do anything to truly solidify the black base. They took the black base for granted. They kept saying, y'all as the backbone, but then they wouldn't give anything to the backbone. Imagine you with a girl and you saying, baby, I love you. You're the backbone, but you treat her like crap, and you always in the neighbors mix, always sliding in the neighbor's box. You know what I mean? But I thought you loved this girl over here and she was the backbone, but you treat her like crap. You talk to her like crap. You engage in benign neglect. But hey, baby, I love you. You the backbone. That's what the Democrats do, right? Black people are the backbone of the party. And how we're going to reward the black community is flood their community with immigrants. Now, we don't want those immigrants here. We have plenty of room in Martha's Vineyard, but no, this is a nation of immigrants, but we don't want them in Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, send them over there to, let's find the most poor black community where the buildings are dilapidated, and then we'll give the immigrants, a leg up, right? Surely that will help the black community, right? That's what they do. That's pretty much what the Democrats do. Oh my God, it's Jim Crow 2.0. How could they treat the blacks like this? We need to fight for more immigrants in the country. It's like, huh? I thought this was about black people. Why are you switching it to immigrants? You'll see the same thing. If it's not immigrants, it's minorities, which they mean immigrants. When they say minorities, they don't mean black people. They mean trans people, disabled people. They mean white women. This chick on the screen is a minority. That's why these terms were intentionally nebulous, intentionally vague, and so broad that they can include anybody. It can be a buff dude who had all the privileges in his life, a blonde hair, blue-eyed dude with the perfect jawline, right? He breaks his leg and he becomes disabled. Now he's a minority, entitled to the same benefits as you. How is he not? You can't discriminate it against him. You're not ableist, are you? I'm just saying. Let's see what she has to say.
Outrageous. What the Supreme Court just did is outrageous. Chief Justice John Roberts finally got what he's wanted for 40 years.
Here we go again. What they did was outrageous. No, it wasn't outrageous. This is a country. How are they going to say that this country, Jim Crow, is back? So if this was a country that engaged and enacted Jim Crow laws, how is this outrageous, right? Oh, it's outrageous that they're going back to the core of what this country was founded on: anti-black bigotry, inequality, goodies, giveaways, and handouts, and W supremacy. So there's nothing outrageous about it. What's outrageous is that y'all was saying, this country ain't racist. Look, there's no water fountains to say no niggas allowed. And now there's more interracial couples, right? And even Joe Biden has said America had came a long way, because he's seen some commercials with black and white people in interracial relationships, right? Yeah, look, man, you would have never seen that when I was growing up. So people have been convinced because they have interracial sexual access, or because they put a face out there and say, hey, look, this is representation, because that's the word of the day, representation. How is someone representing you if they don't look like you, right? You can say, oh, look, this person represents you. He's black, you black. You know what I mean? You wearing the suit, he wearing the suit. You know what I mean? You got on Stacey Adams, he got on Stacey Adams. He represents you. But now that person is a pedo. That dude don't represent me. Well, he's black just like you. Just because someone is black, that doesn't mean that it's just like me. It doesn't mean if it's even the same lineage, right? And this whole global we all black, no, I don't care if someone is black, because many of these people who have been elected in these positions, that's all they've been running on. I'm black and we need representation. But if you're going in there and you're beholden and serving the interests of Israel and AIPAC, that's not black representation. That's oligarchic representation. That's elite representation. Representation is going into Congress and saying, I'm black. I'm going to fight for black Americans, the most marginalized, disenfranchised, subjugated group in America. Now, me being America first, I will fight for programs and policies that uplift and enrich everyone. But if this group was specifically racially targeted and terrorized, I have to have a specific redress to the policies and the punishment and punitive damages that they endured, right? That's how a black politician should be talking, but not only just talking, the talking is the one point. If people are, as a politician, and they come from the lineage claim to be fighting for you, if they're not even willing to use the bully pulpit, they're not really for you. Look how vehement and vociferously these people will be fighting for Israel. Last time I checked, this is America. I mean, I thought this was America, but is this the United States of Israel? So they'll fight tooth and nail for Israel. They'll fight tooth and nail for immigrants. They'll fight tooth and nail for Jewish people. But when it comes to black people, it's like, well, you know, you guys could just get over it. And then when we say, fine, we'll get over it, and everyone else needs to get over their stuff, it turns into, you hate this group, you're xenophobic, how could you, you know, Martin Luther King, your ancestors fought. It's like, nah, bruh. And then if my ancestors fought and died for you to right to vote, what were your ancestors doing? No one asked that question. Fine, you're right. My ancestors fought, bled, and died for the right to vote. But what were your ancestors doing? Your ancestors were fighting to be white. So my ancestors were fighting to include everybody. My ancestors were fighting for all lives matter policies. They were fighting for a rising tide that lifts all boats. And your people were fighting to get closer to white mommy and daddy, right? If you thought that was in your best interest, fine. Don't try to rewrite history and pretend as if that's not what it was. Now you're trying to say, I'm a person of color. Since when? You fought to be labeled as white, and now you want to literally erase and whitewash that history and say, no, I'm not white. I'm a person of color. No, you still wanted to be white, but they gave you the Heisman stiff arm and said, you're not like us. And once they rejected you, then you said, okay, well, I guess, you know, we're not white, but we're Latino. It's like, yeah, but that's not a race. You know what I mean? So technically, many of you are white. It's just you're not accepted into whiteness fully. Your whiteness is not honored. And like I said on a previous stream, yeah, they will consider you white, but you're not considered of the premium stock of white. As much as you want to pretend this is not, there is stratifications within whiteness. Not all whiteness is considered the same, which is why they have terms like WASP and Heritage American. Nobody thinks that they come from the Mayflower lineage, that they have the same heritage as someone from Bosnia. Who are we kidding? Let's get back into it.
Outrageous. Chief Justice John Roberts finally got what he's wanted for 40 years, the complete dismantling of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. The court has picked away at voter protections for years, but with the decision they made this week, those protections are all but gone. To give you some background, the Voting Rights Act was created to dismantle the super racist Jim Crow era voter suppression tactics that were being used to disenfranchise minority voters, but particularly Black voters in the South. The Voting Rights.
So y'all heard what she said, right? It was done to disenfranchise minority voters. There's that word again. And then she says particularly Black voters. So no, it was used to disenfranchise Black voters. And yeah, maybe some other people called strays, but who were these other people? They always talk about the minority voters that were disenfranchised. Okay, fine. There's litanies of stories that you can talk about the Black voters being disenfranchised. If all of these other minorities were disenfranchised, where are the stories? Could anyone point me to a minority story that was being disenfranchised? I'm not saying that it's not true. Where are the stories? They have countless stories. Look what happened to these Black people here, these Black people over here, these Black people over here, the Black people over here. They're just trying to disenfranchise minorities. Yeah, but all the cases you cited were about Black people. They disenfranchised this Black community in this Black district and that Black district. Where are the Asian districts that they disenfranchised? Where are the Latino districts that they disenfranchised? And then even when they gerrymandered districts, they gerrymandered the districts sometimes in favor of Latino districts. Because how many times do I have to say till I'm blue in the face? There's no race called Latino or Hispanic. So if they gerrymander into a Hispanic district, yeah, but what type of Hispanics? And if you look 9.9 times out of 10, it's some white Hispanic. Just like in Florida, it's a bunch of white Cubans. So then when the white Cubans vote Republican, they're like, oh my God, the GOP really made gains with Hispanics. No, they made gains with some other white dudes who speak Spanish. You know what I mean? So that's the whole tricky part of the Hispanic thing. This is why they don't mind flooding the country with Hispanics, because many of them practice blanqueamiento, mejoró la raza, lightening, brightening, and whitening the race, so they can use them as another buffer group, but another ethnic group that they can socially take advantage of, right? If they have the complexion for the protection, then those Hispanics can be labeled as white, i.e. Cameron Diaz. But if they're too dark, then they're like, oh, they're Latino. And yeah, they ain't like us, but they're still not a nigga. But even those dark-skinned Latinos, many of them identify as being white, or at least having white acceptance and assimilation. So Roger says they say blacks will lose representation. Racial representation doesn't equal policy representation for black people. Yeah, so that's why I'm okay with it, right? Some people are saying y'all was anti-black, so I'm anti-black for not caring if some feckless, inept black politician loses their seat. They're not doing anything for black people. They're on Barack Obama. I ain't the president of Black America. I'm the president of all America. Okay, so all of America should be worried about it. This ain't a Black American issue. This is an all American issue. So why are you whining to black people to vote for you? You should be whining to everybody. That same energy you had whining towards black people, that should be the same energy towards Asian. Barack Obama is half white. So he should have spent half of his time talking to black people and half of his time talking to white people. Instead, he spent all of his time wagging his finger at black people. He tried to wag his finger towards white people once about their guns and stuff, and they put him in check. They marked him out like the little moist hoe tether that he is. So Frank says gerrymandering isn't any better. Was saying the same thing. No, gerrymandering is rigged, and they always talk about democracy, and both parties do this. The Democrats gerrymandered, and when Gavin Newsom just drew up a new district, he gerrymandered it to favor the Latinos, you know what I mean? Because like I said, both parties support open borders and both parties support black political displacement, because they're like, hey, we don't want to give the niggas anything, but we can give something to the Latinos, right? They see them as a more docile, subservient group, and many of them actually are white. So they will just be helping another segment of the white community. The Democrats don't care about us. They don't even consider tangibles for us. Exactly. So the whole people saying, y'all niggas dumb for not voting. Like, okay, so what were we going to get? Just shut up and vote. Okay, I voted. And then you voted yourself into existence, right? Or extinction. That's the word, right? People are saying, oh, we politically extinct. Okay. If we're politically extinct, how did we get there? Because we've been voting for Democrat, not me, but most people don't vote. So that means most black people don't vote. But of the black people that do consistently vote, most of them overwhelmingly vote Democrat, right? And people will say, first of all, they'll say that we're politically extinct, right? That's what some people say. We're politically extinct because we didn't vote, right? But what about all the people who did vote? What did they get for their vote, right? You can keep blaming the people who didn't vote, but let's just focus on the people who did vote. These people kept voting over and over and over and getting nothing. And then even the ones that did get nothing, they gave other groups a butter biscuit, and then they gave you a crumb of a butter biscuit. And then what they told you was the Republicans ain't going to give you nothing. So you need to be happy that you got a crumb. And then when you looking like, how did this person that just crossed the border get a whole butter biscuit and you only gave me a crumb? Don't be xenophobic now. And then you just put your head down. Yeah, well, you're right. I mean, I guess this is a nation of immigrants. So I mean, we should give all the immigrants things. And they've convinced many people to start thinking like that, right? So now the Democrats, they believe that they have your vote in the bag. So why am I going to try to get this vote that's already locked in, right? And then all the other people, if you say, hey, I'm a vote third party, a vote for third party is a vote for Trump. So you're supposed to just be locked in to voting for the Democrats, even though the Democrats do nothing for you. And I'm not saying that you should be voting Republican either, right? I'm saying that no politician is coming to save you. You should be having an inside outside game. You should be getting more politically astute. You should gain more political leverage, and you should be also establishing pillars of power that doesn't rely on federalism and the political corporate establishment. Every time someone from the white left talks about subjects like this that screws us, we should make a point to ask them, since you love us so much, will you advocate for reparations for us? Well, honestly, what a lot of the white leftists, none of them support it, right? Literally none of them. No white socialist, communist, and I don't mean none of them. Let me say the majority of them don't support it. There are some fringe people within the group that support it, but no, if you ask them about reparation for Palestinians, they'll say, well, of course, you know what I mean? Ask them about any foreign conflict, then they'll say yes. Ask them about that, then they'll turn it to Bernie Sanders. It's not feasible. It's not feasible, right? But somehow paying Jewish people reparations is always feasible. Stop Asian, hey, giving them hundreds of millions of dollars to various organizations, that was feasible, right? So it's always feasible for everyone else, but with us, it's just like, oh, you can't figure it out. And all these people, they want to tear, well, you ain't getting reparations in a capitalist system, right? This is what the commies tell you, right? Okay, fine. If I'm on board and I agree with you, in a hypothetical world, we tore down capitalism and replaced it with a communist system, then do you support reparations? So it's like, why are you even playing? The capitalists don't support it. The white lefty communists or the black ones, i.e. RBN, they don't truly support it, right? Then they'll say they support it, but you're dumb for thinking that you're going to get it. So we're dumb for thinking that we're going to get reparations, but they're not dumb for thinking that they're going to get single payer health care. Like, what are you talking about, right? It's like, what is a more uphill battle? You know what I mean? Because realistically, they don't mind paying out reparations. They paid reparations out over and over. Trump just gave reparations to Jewish people. Colombia just paid out reparations. This was just last year. So the whole issue is not, they don't have any issues of paying reparations. The only issue is with who they're paying them to, which is the foundational freedmen of the country. And you saying wait for the response. I mean, I don't need to wait for the response. We already know what the response is going to be. They don't support reparations under a communist system. They don't support it under a socialist system. They definitely don't support it under a capitalist system. So what left is there to talk about? Then they shift the conversation. Well, y'all ain't going to get it because y'all won't build a coalition. How am I going to build a coalition around reparations for people that don't support it? And that's not the only thing we support. It's anti-black hate crime bill. There's direct economic investment into the communities, the same communities that y'all complain about. There's plenty of people that say, hey, y'all say F them kids. There's plenty of dudes that if you get the funding, they'll go out there and mentor those kids. They'll go out there and train and coach those kids. They'll go out and ensure that those kids have gainful employment. All that cost, right? But instead, they're like, nah, let them pull themselves up by their bootstrap. Then they sell a little some on the side. Then they get locked up. Just look up how much it costs the state to house a prisoner. So they'll pay upwards of $80,000 to $100,000 per year for a prisoner, rather than give that same prisoner $5,000 to get his life started. That's a handout. Okay. So rather than give not a handout, a hand up, you rather the taxpayers be on hooks for hundreds of thousands to house a prisoner that is not going to change his life. How are you going to change his life? You gave him a felony. And all these other places, like, we don't hire felons, right? Felon is like one of the dirtiest words in the English language, right? So now you label this dude a felon and you say that he's a felon for life, and a bunch of places don't hire felons. And if they do, well, you're a felon, so I could pay you lower. So if they have limited job opportunities, they're going to turn right back to more felony activity. And then you just whine and say, it's all about culture. No, you have a culture of benign neglect, right? You have a culture of idiocy, right? Because like, why won't you invest in your citizens? And then they talk about how China and some of these other underdeveloped nations are blowing us out the water. Oh man, it's just about their culture. Oh, you mean their culture of caring for their citizens? Go figure. They put it on paper. A lot of these countries have a ruling class, blancos. Yeah, all you got to do is look at Telemundo and Univision. Look at Mexicans, right? If you're a white and Mexican, you're not called a Euro Mexican, you're just Mexican. But if you're black and Mexican, oh, no, you're Afro Mexican. So they're trying to say, you're Mexican, but you're not quite like us. You're Afro Mexican. But they don't call white Mexicans Euro Mexicans because they're trying to say that the whiteness is the standard. Blanca miento, mejoró la raza. But yeah, let's get back into it. Oh, and shout out to Simply Z Sarah and salute to that profile picture. You know, that's a rather enchanting pic. So salute to Simply Z Sarah and all of the UK family. You said, what do you think about proportional representation? A real independent candidate could represent in that system and everyone vote is equal and matters. Yeah, I think that this is something I could get behind and I would concur with the sentiment, but I just don't think that in this political climate that that's something that's realistic. It's more like a pie in the sky type of thing right now because you have to get money out of politics. If people are beholden to these corporate donors, the lobbyists and the political establishment, which doles out millions and millions of dollars to individual candidates, it's kind of hard for somebody to galvanize and say, hey, look, you know, I've donated a couple hundred or a few thousand to your campaign when there's people who in one single pop could donate 200 million. Who do you think that representative is going to be beholden to? And sometimes we need people to represent us with actions and not just rhetoric. Sometimes you have the quintessential spokesperson where they say, oh, look, this person sounds just like me. They sound just like the grassroots. And they get in there and then they act just like a corporate swamp figure. Many people, they listen to our spaces, they listen to our content and soak up game from the grassroots, from the rank and file, the proletariat, and then they go and repackage it. And then sometimes people say, oh, that's relatable. They kind of sound like me, or they sound like an activist that I heard. But they don't have the same intent. There is a nefarious practice to reel you in, get you to vote for the establishment, and then they just say, hey, well, vote blue no matter who, or you voted for the lesser of two evils, right? But why is evil an option? Like you're talking about a real independent candidate that wouldn't be an evil option. If there's the lesser of two evils, where's the third option that's not evil? So we've just got content. Well, it's the lesser of two evils. And I always tell people this, if I gave you two options, a bowl of vomit soup with Parmesan encrusted flies, or a triple decker diarrhea poop sandwich. Choose the lesser of those two disgusting options. Or you can just say, nah, I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm a fast. No. If you fast, that really means that you chose the bowl of vomit soup. That's what they do with you, right? Man, two options of evil. You know what? I'm just going to abstain from voting. If you don't vote, that really means you voted for Trump. No, I didn't vote for anyone. I didn't support Trump. I didn't support Biden. I didn't support Trump. I didn't support Kamala. So I didn't vote for either of them. By not voting, you really voted for Trump. It's like, come on. You know what I mean? And if these candidates are so bad, then that means they just got to step their game up. But they've been too reliant on this lesser of two evils talk. And if people know that you're going to just bite the bullet and just vote for the evil anyways, why would they change with how they present these options to you? But I do believe that there should be free, fair elections. I do think that there should be equity, equality in voting and stuff. You know what I mean? I know that these are what I call buzzwords and bumper stickers, but as a white Christian nation that pretends to be this virtue and this bastion of morality and you know, Christian righteousness, you know, and I'm being facetious as I say that, we should be working towards a more just system. See, we're over here talking about here, how could we get to the moon? How could we inhabitate Mars? Like, why are we trying to get to the moon if we can't even figure out how to have proportional representation? Now, I think proportional representation specifically is a really like a kind of pie in the sky type of thing, especially because some other groups wouldn't like that. For instance, like Jewish people, they make up what, like 2% of the population, but then they're overrepresented in many sectors, right? So they would be the ones especially vehemently against that. No, we're only 2% of the population. You can't limit us to only 2% of these positions of power, right? You know what I mean? That's how it would be. And they'll say that, we're 13% of the population. But then when it comes to like doling out resources, it'd be like 2% or less. And then when it increases, it's like 5%, right? So I do agree that there should be as close to proportional representation as we can get it. But when we say representation, like I said, we have to really dig deep into what we're talking about with representation. Just because you may share some phenotypical features, have a similar skin pigment, that doesn't mean that you represent me. There's many people that may look like you phenotypically, and they may be druggies, they may be pedos, they may be criminals, they may be gangbangers. So just because they look like you doesn't mean they represent you. And that's what politics has been. Hey, look at this person. He looks like your uncle, but just in a suit. So he represents you. But it's like all this dude is like caping for is just for open borders, which doesn't help us. You know what I mean? He's caping for, all sorts of shutting down of black schools and things like that. How was that representation? You know what I mean? So, and shout out to Frank Nitty is still in here rocking. And salute to Z Sarah. She said 2-party politics is terrible for people. Yeah, it is. And this is why even when they say the lesser of two evils, no, it's not. You can vote libertarian. You can vote third party. They have all sorts of parties. You may say that they're not viable, but you do have the option. But when they say lesser of two evils, why are they only giving you two options? But let's get back into the video and then I'll touch in with the chat.
Created to dismantle the super racist Jim Crow era voter suppression tactics that were being used to disenfranchise minority voters, but particularly Black voters in the South. The Voting Rights Act tried to make all those unnecessary hurdles that were thrown in front of those voters illegal. And over time, those protections expanded to include language minorities and Native voters and voters with disabilities. But the Supreme Court just ruled on a case.
So did y'all hear what she said, right? So she said that the civil rights, and this is what they try to shine. Yeah, it was really about Black people, but no. And then she pivoted and she said it expanded to include disabled people. So essentially they made it an all lives matter thing. So the civil rights, because minorities weren't over here in large numbers, immigrants weren't over here in large numbers, and the immigrants that were over here, they weren't fighting because many of them had a precarious immigration status, or many of them just said, hey, I don't want no trouble. That's a Black issue. We have to call it what it is. So now when it was Black people getting dog sicked on them, now the modern framing is like, oh, people of color were fighting for the civil rights. No, and this is why I talked to you earlier about how goofy that term is. You know what I mean? Because historically, it has meant foundational Black Americans, but now is morphed into just mean anybody that's non-white. But they're not willing to call white people people of no color. Don't worry, I'll do it for you. But this is what they always do with the pivot. This is what happened to Black people, and then they expanded to include everyone. This is what they try to do with the reparations, right? They know who it's happened to, and then they try to expand it and make it race-based. We're not fighting for race-based policies. We're fighting for lineage status-based policy. But why do the Democrats try to make everything race-based? So they know that many times these things will happen, and then they'll fail, and then they'll blame, this is because Clarence Thomas, this is because Alito. No, well, if you knew that the Supreme Court was so conservative, right? So on one hand, they'll say that this isn't an anti-black country. The country isn't racist. Then they do some racist stuff and they say, this is Jim Crow 2.0. But Barack, Biden, Obama, Kamala, all these people said it's not a racist country. So which one is it? Is it racist now? Is it not racist? Are they only racist towards black? Which one is it? So they try to go back and forth. America not racist. Okay, fine. So they're not doing anything racist. Oh, no. They are doing some racist to disenfranchise minorities. Where are the minorities crashing out? You see a lot of content of they saying, oh, look at what they did to the black vote, the black vote, the black vote. But I thought this was for minorities. Why aren't they talking about the minority vote? Notice they're not saying that. They'll say black, 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 black. Oh, and then minority voters, black, 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 marginalized groups, black, 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 underserved communities. Is like, why are you even mentioning black? Why isn't it minority, 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 underserved minority? Why isn't it like that? Instead, it's blackity, black, black, black. Don't come back. Blackity, black. Oh, yeah. Let's help underserved communities. If this is about underserved communities, then just say that. Stop pretending as if this is to help black people. And oh, my God, this disenfranchises black people. But I thought this was a civil rights issue, which means this should affect other people instead of black people, right? And if it only affects black people, how could you then say the country is not racist or inherently anti-black? Which one is it? Can't double talk your way out of this one. They're government funded. Their economy, unlike America sold us out to the billionaires with neoliberalism and offshore investment versus keeping our infrastructure strong. Yeah, when they talk about make America great again, that's never coming back, because the whole make America great again, at that time, many of these billionaires were being taxed at a 90% clip, right? That's how America was able to be great. So they're saying make America great again to harken back to a time that economically they're not even really advocating for. So all it's been for many people is a buzzword and a bumper sticker. And MAGA has been more MIGA. They've been making Israel great again, or as I like to say, making Israel genocidal again. So next time they tell me to vote for the lesser of two evils, I will tell them, okay, so what are you saying? Instead of voting for God, either vote for the Antichrist or Satan. Got it. God it is. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Here's the options. Here, vote for Satan, vote for Antichrist, or vote for God. And it's like, all right, I'm going to vote for God. A vote for God is a vote for Satan. Huh? How does that make sense? And that's what they do all the time. Here are the options. There's Kamala, there's Trump, and the Green Party. All right, I'm going to vote Green Party. A vote for Green Party is really a vote for Trump. No, it's not. You said that can be a trap too. Yeah, that's the whole thing. This is why they call it poly tricks, right? It's a lot of tricks. It's a lot of traps. And that's why voting is not a panacea. And that's why I was talking about an inside out game, which I will elaborate a little bit further. You do need a consistent political apparatus to challenge the established power and order, but you do need a way to thrive and enfranchise and empower your community outside of the political structure. So you're not beholden to whatever types of, unjust laws or barriers that they put on you. You said blacks really got to stop assessing on other groups and focus internally. Tim, you're not even black. So here we got Tampon Tim and Tampon Timmy. Hold on. Let me drop this link, bro, because Tampon Timmy, you always got something to say, bro. Here's the link. So y'all can see just how cowardly this person is. And Tampon Timmy, you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me. And I'll prove this. I'll drop the link so you can come up here, right? So this dude is always in the black business, whining about black people, right? He's always crying like the moist little hoe that he is. But every time I drop the link, you never have nothing to say. Tampon Timmy, are you going to come up or what? You said, why did the new Black Wall Street shut down? Well, come up here and talk about it, Timmy. Why are you in the chat? So let's play some more of the video. But don't worry, I'm waiting for you, Tampon Timmy. I dropped the link. All you got to do is click it. You don't even got to cam up. I know you're too afraid and too pathetic to show your face, so it's all good. Just come up. You know, unless you cramping because of your period. But come on up, Timmy.
That's centered on the last remaining provision from the Voting Rights Act, which made it illegal to discriminate voting laws or district maps based on race or color. The last nationwide protection against racial discrimination in voting. I mean, the court has already chipped away at the Voting Rights Act, making it easier for states and localities to use gerrymandering in clearly racial ways. But this decision could end up eliminating up to 19 Democrat districts. 19 majority minority districts, and that would significantly reduce minority representation in Congress, especially in the South. So if you think that America is a...
So again, you see how she's avoiding saying black? The districts that they're talking about are black districts, but instead of saying black, they just talk about minorities, but anyone could be a minority. White women are considered minorities. Immigrants are considered minorities. Trans people are considered minorities. Gay people are considered minorities. Disabled people are considered minorities, right? So who the hell is she talking about? So that's the whole thing, right? You're just supposed to think that it's about minorities and then, oh, wow, you know, this is what they're doing to minorities. No, this is what they're doing to black people. What other minority communities are affected? They gerrymandered the districts to favor Latinos because many Latinos are white. And even the ones that are not white, many of them vote Republican. So how is this affecting them negatively? Because if it is, they always love to say, oh, you know, they built this nation and all this other type of stuff. Okay, y'all get real specific with that. Get real specific with these minority districts that are being harmed. All the districts that they're talking about are black districts. Where are the Latino districts that are petrified, right? But you're supposed to think that this is about Latinos and everyone else because they use that term minority. Why won't she say black? She'll say particularly black. Oh, but no, this is about minorities. Okay, what other minorities, right? White women are minorities. How does this affect them?
White country where white people should be making all the decisions, then you just got exactly what you want. And once again, black and minority voters will be deprived from having their voices heard. Unacceptable.
Oh, there she goes. She said black again, but she had to combine it, right? It's always black and, right? When they say Jewish people, they don't say Jewish and black. They don't say Jewish and minorities. But when it's black, it's always black and brown, black and minorities, black and immigrants, black and this. When it's immigrants only. When it's stop Asian hate, it's not stop Asian and black hate. It's just stop Asian hate. When it's like, oh, we need to do something for Jews, it's not we need to do something for Jews and black people. But suddenly when it's black people, man, we have to stop this. They're harming the black and the brown and the disabled and the women. And it's like, I thought you were talking about black people. Why are you including all these other people? We're supposed to be all inclusive. Well, then do that with everyone else. When you talk about what Jewish people are going through, make sure to include black people too. Oh, let me guess. That's anti-Semitic.
Minority districts, and that would significantly reduce minority representation in Congress, especially in the South. So if you think that America is a white country where white people should be making all the decisions, then you just got exactly what you want. And once again, black and minority voters will be deprived from having...
And shout out to Sunlight, had to check Tampon Timmy because we'll deal with our YNs when you deal with yours. Have several seats. No, they got a lot of YNs. They got a lot of ONs. They got a lot of GNs. What's the G in? A goofy fill in the blank. You know what I mean? But here we got Tampon Timmy again, another coward. Always having other groups in y'all mouths. Okay, if that's the case, why are you over here, Timmy? Why are you over here whining like a little B-I-E-I-E-I itch? I dropped the link. Why are you so scared, Timmy? Tampon Timmy? Hey, Tim, just for the chat, what kind of tampons do you use, bro? Just curious. Boss. Just curious. Let's get back into the video. Luckily, this video is short because I can't I can't take this little Karen babble too much longer.
Having their voices heard. Unacceptable. So what do? We demand a national ban on gerrymandering for any reason. We demand fair and nonpartisan maps.
Hold on. Wait a damn minute. So here she talking about we demand this. Hey, politics girl.
Who is we? Who is we?
Who is we? And Simply Z Sarah says black population don't need a savior. They just need the same rights as everyone else and be able to make solutions for their own community. And that's all people been asking. This whole pull yourself up by your bootstrap. No, just give us everything. Fine. You want to give money to immigrants? Fine. Many of us is not saying, hey, you better not give them immigrants a dime. All we saying is look at the juxtaposition. You giving them a bunch of stuff and then telling us to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. If that's the standard, if we can't all be equally comfortable, then we'll all be equally uncomfortable. We don't care. Fine. If you want to get them, you want to break the immigrants off a bag, fine. But all we're saying is that you've shown that you got the money, you have the propensity to help and uplift and enrich other groups. But then when you try to tell us, oh, well, we ain't giving y'all nothing. Why can't you be like them? Why we can't be like a group that you gave grants, goodies, and giveaways to? Give us those same grants, goodies, and giveaways and watch how we build. We are the innovators of getting it out the mud. You know what I mean? When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. We are the ones about that because that's where we've been from, in the trenches, right? If you've been born with a silver spoon, that's a privilege. Blessings to you and your family, but you never had to get it out the mud. Most of the times you don't have to innovate. Why? Because your mommy and daddy has been giving you everything, right? Do you never ever notice how it's a bunch of kids from the hood and then it'd be a bunch of kids that grew up privileged with everything, and the kid from the hood always be better than those kids from privileged background? I mean, even look like somebody like Bronny James, and salute to Bronny James because, you know, I think people gives him too much backlash, right? But Bronny James grew up under the tutelage of the greatest basketball player of all time. And Bronny James is a bunch of cats that come from the hood that had to eat, sleep for the dinner, and they'll smoke Bronny James and hoop. You know what I mean? So that's how a lot of us are. Yes, we come from the dirt, from the mud, from the trenches, but given the opportunity, we'll excel and we'll outshine, you know, people with even the most prestigious background. You know what I mean? All people are saying is just like, give us a shot and get the flip out the way. We'll do the rest. And we're not a hateful people. We're an all-inclusive people. Once we shine, everybody shines. And Citigroup and other studies have shown paying foundational Black Americans, specifically reparations, would be a boon and a stimulus to the economy because we truly are America first. We're truly the most patriotic people in the country, right? We don't represent the W supremacy. We don't represent all of the U.S. imperialism, even though a lot of people try to blame us for that. Whatever greatness about America that had your people flee to this country and want to come here and create a better life, that's because we stood up and fought for it. They wanted this place to be an ethno state. And we fought to equalize things. Now, is it truly equalized? No, but at least on paper and rhetoric, we fought so that it wasn't just explicitly you had to be a white landowning person to vote and receive all of these human rights, right? So, yeah, I mean, if the Black community is shining, every other community is shining. And it's funny because they'll say that the Black community has no power and that, you know, we're failing and all this stuff. So that means all of this stuff if you believe all that stuff, and for the sake of this argument, I'll just concede all that. So if we're so dumb and we're failing and we have no money and all this stuff, clearly we're not the cause of all of the problems and issues in the country. It would be the people who have the high IQs, all of the money, all of the power, all of the influence, and all of the infrastructure. And those are usually people that are not black, and those are people that look like you. And rather than looking in the mirror and blaming people who look like you for sinking this country and for, causing this country to have a recession and regression, people are still blaming George Floyd and BLM. You're being spied on by Palantir, but George Floyd, you know what I mean? You can't afford health care for yourself, and you definitely can't afford it for your kids. Elon Musk, we need more white babies, but he doesn't want to hire you because he thinks you're too stupid and he'd rather hire H-1B visas. Is that BLM's fault? You can't afford a home right now. Is that because some nigga in Oakland did a drive-by? So people got to wake up. Let's see what else the chat has to say. And Tim is over here spamming the chat, so I'm probably gonna have to get Tim up out of here because he won't even come up. He's acting like a little B-I-E-I-E-I-itch. And shout out to Frank Nitty, though. He's still been rocking true. But yeah, Tim, I'm going to let you rock for a little bit longer. But if you don't hit the link, I'm going to have to get you up out of here, bruh. Because you're a pathetic troll. And y'all have already seen it, right? I dropped the link. He can come up here right now. He's always whining about black people. And here he has an opportunity to talk to the big dog. And then he runs like a little hoe. How pathetic could you be, Tampon Timmy?
In every state. We need what happened in Texas and Florida and Oklahoma and yes, California and Virginia to be illegal. We need all of our maps to be drawn by impartial committees or honestly, a computer to be drawn completely isolated from politics. Put our states on a freaking grid if you have to. No district should look like a child drew a duck in a car just to favor a certain party. And to be clear, this was all in a bill called the For the People's Act, or House Resolution 1 in 2021, a bill that was intended to expand voting rights, to reduce the influence of money in politics, and yes, to ban partisan gerrymandering. And all the Democrats voted yes for it, and all the Republicans voted no. That bill is already written, so bring it back. The House of Representatives is supposed to represent the people. This becomes less and less likely if politicians just get to pick and choose their voters. We had to write laws to stop politicians from disenfranchising Americans, and the Supreme Court just overturned the biggest protection we had. So I need to.
So then it wasn't much of a protection. If they just overturned the biggest protection we had, then it really wasn't protected. And he said, they say BLM or Obama divided the country when Obama did a lot for those other groups, just not us. Yeah, Obama is half white. So I don't get why they're pretending as if he wasn't beholden to his white base as well. Now, they called him black, but Obama and Michelle Obama on multiple instances called Obama biracial. But they want to try to act like he was just a blackety black most person. And just to be clear, there's nothing wrong with being biracial. It's a beautiful thing, right? But it just shows you that people try to honor, you know, the one drop rule when it's advantageous to them. They try to adopt biracials when it suits them as well. But yeah, Obama did all of this stuff for other people. The DACA, that was for immigrants. We're not immigrants, and it was mainly for Latino immigrants. We're not Latino. He did a lot of things for gay rights. I'm not gay, and the majority of Americans are not gay. So they always talk about what they can't do for a minority, but then suddenly, oh, you guys are only 13% of the population. Well, what percentage of the population is LGBT? What percentage of the population is trans? They have no issues doing anything for these people. And I'm not saying that these people shouldn't have legislation, that they shouldn't have representation written up for them or at least advocated for them. But it's just, you know, a bit of double standard and hypocrisy. So Beat Active says, why FBA about attacking Afro descendants of immigrants and all non-white immigrant descendants? Do FBA even know that 97% of the U.S. population are immigrants descendants? Bruh, hold on. I gotta hit you with one of these, Beat Active.
What? Hope, please. Nigga, please. Hope. Nigga, what? Nigga. Nigga, please. Nigga, please. What?
So this comment is written poorly, but I'm going to just excuse that. Even if 97% of the entire U.S. population, which you just pulled this number out of anywhere, I don't know where you pulled this number, but if you can cite your source and, with some level of scholarship, I would appreciate that. But even if 97% of the entire U.S. population are immigrant descendants, foundational Black American freedmen are not immigrants, and we're not descendants of immigrants. So this stat is really irrelevant to our lineage, which means 97% of the 350 million of the entire population are descendants of immigrants. So does that mean Trump is going to deport? First of all, I don't know why you're doing a facepalm, and I don't know why you're laughing, because this is a incoherent, babbling comment. I know you thought you cooked right here, but swing and a miss. So you just keep throwing this number 97% out, right? If you got this number, you had to get the number from somewhere. So where'd you get this number from? Where is your source? And don't trip, we can fact check the number in real time, but I want to know, where'd you get the source from? Are you just making up numbers talking about 97%? And no one said Trump is going to deport all of the country. Trump's deportation numbers have been abysmal. Biden deported more, and that one is a little bit misleading because he let in more. So even when he deported more, if you want to look at per capita and disproportionality, that's another thing right there, right? Obama deported more. So what Trump is doing is controversial deportations. He's doing things that are pulling on your heartstrings. So there's sensational deportations, but there's no mass deportations going on. In fact, he walked it back and said that we need 600,000 Chinese, and I'm paraphrasing, but essentially translation, he was saying Americans are too stupid. He talked about halting deportations for certain sectors, i.e. like farming or hospitality or something like that. So there's no mass deportations going on. And I never said that I'm rooting for Trump to mass deport. So you're kind of rambling incoherently with some things that people didn't even say. So I really don't get what points you're trying to make. And you said Trump himself is an immigrant. Okay, I don't support Trump, and I don't support Biden, and I don't support Obama. And yes, Obama was an immigrant descendant. He's a tether. So the real question should be that when FBA are claiming that they want all immigrants to be deported. So first of all, FBA is a lineage, it's not a group. And name one person that said they want all immigrants deported. If some people in a lineage say that, does that represent all people in the group? Beat Active, it looks like you have, what is that, a Puerto Rican flag, a Chilean flag? Let me know what type of flag. You have a flag representing Latin America, right? That's a lot of disgusting anti-Black bigotry in Latin America, right? It's truly systemic. What are you doing about it? That's the real question, right? Forget the deportation. What are you doing about the anti-Blackness in your homeland? Most of the times you're not doing anything because you're on here whining, asking questions. And actually, Beat Active, I dropped the link for Tampon Timmy. You can come up here too, bro. You don't got to just kind of troll and kind of whine in the chat, because you're just rambling incoherently in the chat, bro. I didn't say any of that stuff. When did I say I wanted all immigrants deported? And if you were on a panel where someone said that, I'm not held accountable for that. I can pull up a lot of disgusting stuff that people in your community said. Should I hold you accountable for that as well? So Beat Active, you got a lot to say in the chat, bro. The link is down there. So like I said, actually, I'm going to play in, let me get to somebody that's actually, having a sensible discussion. Beat Active, I don't know if you trolling or if you just trying to get some attention, but, the link is there, bro. So most educated sector, most essential civic roles, still the lowest paid. Black women are effectively the backbone of society's well-being. And it's time the paychecks reflected that value. Well, this country is built on vile, disgusting anti-Black bigotry. So unfortunately, that may not ever be the case. But I do think we should advocate and fight to make that a reality. So let me see what Frank has to say, because Beat, bro, all these cats, bro, why are y'all so scared? Why are y'all scared of the big dog? I ain't gonna bite. I just want to have a discussion. If you want to debate, we can do a debate. I can set up a fair and formal debate. We can do that. But I just want a discussion to pick your brain and to actually learn. I'm here to teach, but I'm also here to learn. I can't learn from y'all incoherently babbling in the chat out of context. So y'all mods, y'all gonna have to take care of the trolls and the people in the chat. I'm not saying censor them, but y'all gonna have to respond back to some of the drivel that they're saying. But if y'all are just starting to troll, then I might have to get you up out of here, because troll lives do matter, but only if you have some level of sophistication that's being brought with your presentation. So I'm gonna get ready to pull up another video. Just give me uno momento. And actually, while you're waiting, I'm gonna hit y'all with a visual. Just give me 30 seconds.
Be easy, tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel. To be real, to be really that dude. Be easy, that dude. Ay, 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 that dude. Oh, be easy.
Okay, so we are back. And now I'm going to play this video from Karen Hunter. I'm only going to play about like 5 minutes of the video. And I think this video is about 16 minutes long. This is from her audio radio show. So I'm going to play about 5 minutes on this topic, and then I'm going to transition.
And I'm going to say this, I don't know how it's going to, this probably had to happen. Because I think people do not really appreciate things until things are gone.
Ready. We're prepared. Do not give in to fear. We are fearful of law.
To Urban View today, and particularly Loree Daniel Favors and everything that's going on with voting rights. And actually, we exchanged some texts this morning because she's, distraught. She's been fighting her whole life for this not to happen. At least her professional life, went to law school, became a social justice warrior so that people would have rights. Growing up, we had were rights. We could vote, we could buy property, as she mentioned. We could move about the cabin freely. And I think in many ways it might have given us a false sense of security that everything that our grandparents and parents had fought for, the fight was over, that we are the beneficiaries of their good work, and now we can just live our good, happy, nice lives. But yeah, the fight is probably eternal. And it's actually a life fight, if we're being honest, right? And so I was putting it in perspective today, because I'm not actually angry. I told her I'm resolute. This is what I told Loree, I'm resolute. But I'm also...
Frank Nitty, I see that. I hear what you're saying. And this is what I said. I'm planning to get a broader perspective, but also a blacker perspective. So not everyone I play, I agree with 100%. And then there will be people that I disagree with on many issues. And then I agree with certain segments, right? It can be a spectrum, right? Somebody can go on a 15-minute rant, and in that 15 minutes, they can say a bunch of stuff you agree with and multiple things you disagree with, right? It doesn't mean that you like that person or that suddenly you're subscribed or following them or anything like that. So while Karen Hunter does have a impressive background, I would consider her, if she's not flat out Boule, she is Boule adjacent, and she is part of the, Black Miss Leadership class of the Democrat stuff. While she won't explicitly just say vote Democrat, it will be the shaming of, see, why y'all vote the couch or why y'all vote Republican, which, if you're shaming people for voting the couch and shaming people for voting Republican, what else does that leave? Hey, but I ain't tell y'all to vote Democrat. Yeah, but you're kind of nudging people towards the Democratic establishment. And that's okay if you do that. But then when people follow up, all right, fine, I'm willing to vote Democrat, because we've all been doing that, right? But what are we kidding for it? Then you're not supposed to ask for anything. And that's where the shillery gets deep, because now you're just trying to whip votes for the Democrats to say don't ask for nothing because the Republicans is racist. Okay, fine. I can see that they are, but the Democrats are too. Yeah, don't talk about that. Vote blue no matter who. You know what I mean? So Karen won't really truly call out the Democrats. And if it does, it's like kind of vague, or she may call out one specific individual more so than the political apparatus, right? She does appear open to some of the grassroots talking points, and then you see her entertain and host a bunch of the boule, buck broken, brain dead fools that have the same ideology that got us in this stuff, right? If Democrats had delivered on tangibles for foundational Black Americans, they wouldn't even be in this situation right now. They would still be in power right now. Instead, they're just whining. We told y'all to vote, but yeah, we wasn't gonna get nothing. Yeah, but at least we ain't the Republicans. Nah, man. Well, we needed the Republicans to shake up the table, right? If you want to see a rainbow, unfortunately, you got to deal with the mud and the rain. You don't want to be wet, soggy, and rainy and have your white shoes, and you got to avoid stepping in puddles and stepping in mud, but you wanted that rainbow. That rainbow wouldn't come without the rain. So people want to pretend as if, hey, look, man, we want liberation. We want enfranchisement. Well, you know what I mean? It got to get dark before it get light. And people don't really appreciate things until it's gone. So then they take a right away from you. Then suddenly you like, oh, damn, man, I really appreciate that right. Did you appreciate it when you had it? Were you fighting for it? Were you fighting to secure it? No, you took it for granted. And that's what the Democrats did. They took this, the gerrymandering. Both parties do it, right? But they were just overt with it and too overt and explicit. And this is actually how you wield power. I don't agree with the rulings that Trump and the Supreme Court is making, but this is how you wield power. The Democrats could have done the same thing, but they pretended this. No, we're not like those Republicans. We fight righteously and we fight fair. You know what I mean? It's like you fighting a boxer that's headbutting you and grabbing your nuts and doing toe stomps and stuff. You're like, I'm just going to be a good soldier and fight him fair. How, bro? He already headbutted you. He already hit you below the belt. He already eye gouged you. Yeah, but that's not how we do things here. We fight fair. Okay, well, then you're wondering how you keep getting knocked out. That's why the Democrats keep getting beat, and then they're saying, oh my God, look what the Republicans did. Vote for us so you can get knocked out again. No, you know what I mean? And then they start calling you stupid rather than calling themselves stupid for running a feckless and ineffective campaign.
Clear that, and I'm gonna say this, I don't know how it's gonna, this probably had to happen. This probably had to happen because I think people do not really appreciate things until things are gone. And there's a memory of what it was. And they want to get, whether it's a relationship, you might be in a relationship and you didn't do all the things you were supposed to do. And then that person's gone forever. And you may spend the rest of your life. Well, let me see if it's real. In the United States of America, we're not marching. They were not that. I was reminding her that the vast majority of Black people were not on board with the civil rights movement. The vast majority of Black people were not in alignment with Dr. Martin Luther King. The vast majority of Black people
So like she's saying, during the height of the civil rights, the vast majority of black people were not in alignment with MLK. They were not in alignment with Malcolm X or Fred Hampton. Many of them were afraid, and many of them bought into the propaganda, and many of them was like, hey, I can sleep with white women now. It ain't that bad. Yeah, hey, we ain't getting lynched no more, at least not in those high numbers. It ain't that bad. Hey, we ain't enslaved no more. It ain't that bad. You know, stop fighting for these civil rights. Y'all gonna make it worse for us. You know what I mean? So if the majority of black people weren't out there fighting for civil rights, and this will always tell people, you don't need the majority to rise up. Even if the majority of us didn't support reparations, which the majority of us do, but even if the majority of us didn't, it's not the majority of us who's going to bring the issues to the forefront, who is going to put spotlight on it. It's always been the minority. They talk about all you need is 3 to 5% to create a massive movement. So the civil rights movement was able to capture, I'll say, more than 5%. But it definitely wasn't the majority. So if the majority of black people wasn't supporting it, then you know the majority of Jewish people didn't support it. You know the majority of whites. And there wasn't a lot of influx of immigrants, but the immigrants who were here, the majority of them didn't support it. But now after he was assassinated and martyred, which the state had something to do with, then suddenly is like civil rights. And remember MLK? They love to quote MLK, even though when he got assassinated, he had a disapproval rate of close to 80%. The majority of the country hated MLK. And now they always talk about, oh, yeah, we love him so much, but they didn't love him when he was here. So we always got to talk about that as well, right? And it's the same thing now. Many of the people that are fighting for us, right? For people that are fighting for lineage-based tangibles, suddenly is like, y'all was CIA. Make this make sense. Somebody that's fighting specifically for economic investment in our community is CIA. But when Jewish people fight specifically for Jewish issues, they're not CIA, right? They're not Israeli agents. They're not Israeli puppets. I mean, you can't blame them. They fight for their community. Okay, fine. Then we fight for our community. Y'all must be the CIA. Huh? Make that make sense. Fighting for your community gets you accused of being some Fed talk. No, guess who the Feds were funding? A bunch of Pan-African groups. I mean, what would the Feds fund more? A group that's going to stay in America because they are native to America, right? Or a group that's saying, oh, you know what? Our motherland is Africa and we need to all repatriate to a place that we've never been. Which do you think the CIA or the alphabet agencies would rather fund? Somebody that wants to stand for lineage and status-based justice here, or somebody that's willing to pack up and go to Africa? So they talk about they don't want to see us united. That's why they attacking Pan-Africanism. It ain't even no friggin' Pan-Africanism in Africa. Why haven't the West Africans and North Africans united? The North Africans don't even want to call themselves African. Yeah, we're African, but we're Middle Eastern. Yeah, there's no Middle East. It's made up. Middle East is made up just like Sub-Saharan is. We're Middle Eastern. You're North African, right? Like, don't forget that word African, right? So why haven't North Africans and East Africans united? Why haven't Northeast and West Africans united? That would be truly Pan-Africanism. They haven't did that, but suddenly they're looking to America, a whole different continent, to unite Africans. Make that make sense. But Z Sarah says politics isn't just a ballot box, it's a radical community involvement. Power is built when we stop asking for permission and start doing the work ourselves. Direct action over empty promises. And this is what I'm talking about in terms of mutual aid and building things in your community without asking for mommy and daddy's permission. It can be something as simple that you think that, oh, this is inconsequential, but it's more than you're doing now. So that makes it more consequential than what you've been doing in the past. You don't need a government entity or a politician to tell you to do a backpack drive, to do a food drive, to give out free food. Hey, you can set up at your local school Talk with the superintendent, the district, the principal, and say, hey, look, I want to ensure that these kids have healthy lunches. You know what I mean? I'll offer a free lunch program before the kids go to school. Even if you don't do it in the school, you can do it in the neighborhood. You can do cleanup. You know what I mean? Hey, buy some orange vests on Amazon and go around and clean up. Go to your neighbor's house. And this is all off the cuff. This is all freestyle. This is all things that I've either done or that I'm planning on doing. This is all just off the dome, though. But you can just do that, right? You can do a cleanup in your neighborhood. People love to talk about the issues in their neighborhood. Did you try to clean up anything in your neighborhood? Did you mentor any of those kids? If you are a photographer, right? Offer some of your services for free. And I'm not saying doing any and everything free, but what I'm saying is you already do so many things free that have no value. Many people will play a video game. Oh man, I gotta beat this level. So you play that video game for 4 hours for free. You didn't get anything from it, but you won't donate 1 hour of your time that helps enrich your community. If you're that type of person, then you're not serious. Don't talk about the community. What about black on black crime? What are you doing about the crime? Many of the crime happens from youth that are 16 to 24. Are you trying to mentor any of those youth? Hell no, those ain't my kids. So if those kids rob your whole ass, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? You don't want to coach or mentor those kids. Many of those kids are great in sports. And I'm not saying we should only focus on sports, but I'm saying the kids that are already great in sports and you see, oh yeah, this kid is going to go somewhere. Why don't you try to recruit that kid and say, look here, I'll teach you about financial literacy for free. Link up with their moms. I'm sure their parents, they'll be happy to have their kid get tutored and taught something for free. If you got these skills, what's the point of having these skills if you're not giving them to anyone else, right? So that's what the true definition of paying it forward. Many cats like to act like they're balling out of control. So fine. If you're already balling out of control, what type of financial donations have you made? So if you're not willing to donate financially, then donate your time in some capacity. It won't really take that long. You'll go kick it with a bimbo for 5 hours and talk about nothing. Talk about the Baddie show or some other obscure Netflix show. I mean, that ain't going to be the future of your community. But meanwhile, many of those kids who are playing football, many of those kids who are doing ballet, many of those kids in the debate team, they're going to be the future of that community. What are you doing to reach out to their parents and those kids and help enrich them? You don't need anyone's mommy or daddy politician to tell you what to do, right? But don't worry. I mean, if y'all need some game and y'all, and like I said, this is all off the cuff, all off freestyle, but I am going to do a stream that specifically talks about the mutual aid and things that you can do in your community. Many people should already know. And some people will be like, I know. Yeah, well, if you already know, then why aren't you doing it? Because that's worse. It's worse for you to know and not do something rather than to say, well, you know what, bro, I didn't even think about that. Thanks for giving me that. Right. And I'm not trying to be a know-it-all because I'm not. I'm here to teach, but I'm here to learn as well. So when they say we need to vote, we should ask them, vote for what exactly? What exactly are they going to do for us? What exactly are we getting to vote Democrat? So all they say is, well, the Republicans is bad and they gonna put y'all back in chains. And that's all they say. It's like, so why should I vote? So you don't get put back in chains. It's like I never was in chains. Yeah, but they gonna put y'all back. And that's all it is fear mongering. So you're not supposed to get anything. And then if the Republicans don't so-called put you back in chains, then that's supposed to be the victory. We ain't going to do nothing for y'all. We will do something for other groups, especially non-citizens. But what we did for y'all is not put y'all back in chains. Welcome to the Democrat Party. But Robert said you don't need permission to run them citizen ballot initiatives either. No, you don't need permission. You do need a lot of infrastructure and you do need a lot of organization. It's not impossible, but it is a arduous task. but I think people should be up for the task. So look into those citizen ballot initiatives. We currently have one right now for the BART. The BART in the Bay Area. Many stations are going to close if this ballot initiative doesn't pass, because all the BARTs care about is money. And they said since the pandemic, BART ridership has decreased by 15%. And they're saying that they have too much of a budget deficit, that they'll have to close multiple stations and lay off like thousands of people if this ballot initiative doesn't pass. And the threshold for like a ballot initiative signatures in California is like 200K, like something insane. And then there's a lot of people, and I see it's rough because I signed for the ballot initiative, but the people that were out there saying, hey, do you want to keep BART alive? A lot of people just walk past it. Like these people are catching BART, but they don't want to be bothered with signing the petition and stuff. You know what I mean? So I do think there needs to be a better framing of the ballot initiative, and you might have to do some trickery. This is what they call politics. You know what I mean? If you trying to get somebody to sign your ballot measures, you need to have some attractive people. You know what I mean? This may seem like objectification, but yeah. Like if somebody wants to sign up, if you got a handsome, strapping young lad, you got a beautiful young lady, people will just be like, let me see what they talking about over there. You know what I mean? But we do need people to get involved. And BART is just like how New York has the subway train. BART is that it stands for Bay Area Rapid Transit. It's just like a subway. Not really quite a subway because it's not like all underground like that, but that's what it stands for. Bay Area Rapid Transit. So let me play a little bit more of Karen. But she was talking about how the majority of Black people weren't supporting the civil rights movement, which means the majority of the country, i.e. white people, Asians, even though they weren't here in large numbers, none of them weren't supporting it in large numbers. There were the individuals, but the collective communities didn't support it. And specifically the LULAC, the League of United Latin American, whatever it stands for, the acronym, they said, I do not want to ally with the Negro. Let them fight their own battles. That's what the Blancamiento whites, Mexicans said at the height of civil rights. So when we was getting dog sick on us, and they talking about we were going through Juan Crow, and you notice they keep saying that it's Jim Crow 2.0, but I thought y'all said that Juan Crow happened. Why aren't they calling this Juan Crow 2.0? Because there was no friggin' Juan Crow. The thing is, Mexicans were always classified as racially white. They were going to give them their own category. They were going to have their own category for Mexican, and the Mexican said, hell to the no. We are white. And it would be offensive to not call us white. So if they were already white, what exactly were they fighting for? They were fighting to have their whiteness honored in the same tier as an Anglo. And the Anglos was like, hell no. Okay, fine. Y'all can be considered Caucasian, but y'all ain't white, and y'all definitely ain't like us. And this is why I talk about the stratifications during whiteness. Mexican was considered a form of white, but they were considered an ethnic other of white, not the purest form of white. But somehow people try to pretend as if they don't know this, or if they just forgot. Let's get back into it.
In the United States of America, we're not marching. They were not singing "We Shall Overcome." They were 30 of Black people. It was hot, but sometimes some of us got to touch it. We don't see the flames and the red embers. We're like, let me see if it's really hot. Sometimes people got to touch it. And I was thinking about it because I have two friends, and I was saying to Larry that I was reminding her that the vast majority of Black people were not on board with the civil rights movement. The vast majority of Black people were not in alignment with Dr. Martin Luther King, the vast majority of Black people in the United States of America were not marching. They were not singing "We Shall Overcome." They were not out in them streets getting their heads bashed in. They were not at the lunch counters. They were not on the buses. They were not helping people register to vote. They were not even trying to vote themselves. Why? Because it was a lot of violence around that. And see, when you are in a violent regime, you think about it. There's some people who question, how were they able to enslave people for 400 years? Violence. I don't know what it would feel like to see a pregnant woman with her legs tied to two horses going in opposite directions, and then the horses' asses are slapped, and then they split the woman, and then the baby drops out, and then they stomp on the baby, and you're being forced to watch that, not just the floggings. I'm sure the forcing of all of the rapes and peeling of the skin and knocking out people's teeth and forcing them to eat, like all of the stuff that people were forced to watch. It wasn't just theater. It was to remind you that this could be you. So every lynching that happened in the South, every beating, every brutality, act of brutality. I was listening to Urban View Mornings yesterday, and
So that's what I just wanted to play, is that not every person was supporting the civil rights, right? So now everyone is trying to crash out for voting rights and act like, oh my God, this was a pillar of the civil rights. You mean the civil rights that you didn't support, right? Or that if you wasn't alive during that time, your family didn't support it, but you don't want to bring that up, right? A lot of people, they'll be like, oh, my grandpa or my mom was alive when King was around. Okay. But they just stop there. Why won't you tell them that your mommy and your daddy didn't support King? They were against him. They don't try to tell you that. They just say, judge people by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. But you're a NIMBY. When blacks move in, you say, there goes the neighborhood and there's white flight. So you're judging people by the color of their skin while at the same time quoting MLK. And you say, yeah, like MTA. Yeah, pretty much. That's what it stands for. Bay Area Rapid Transit. And Sunlight says, more importantly, who wasn't there was immigrants. Correct. Most of these immigrants are recent arrivals. That's why many of them still have thick accents and stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong with having an accent. Just to be clear, I love people who have accents, but we're just pointing out the distinction, right? People have a super thick accent and they're saying, welcome to 7-Eleven. I'm just as American as you. And I'm just like, hey, bro, you're American, but now you're trying to, I'm just as American as you. When all immigrants know you're an immigrant, bro. Shout out to you. There's nothing wrong with being an immigrant. Don't try to, put me under an immigrant umbrella just because you immigrated here. Civil rights under the color of law is about human rights. They have no human right lawyers in America. Yep. If you're telling me BART deals with the infrastructure and your infrastructure is terrible, I can sell that to people to get people to sign. I can talk about a local public bank to finance that as a CBI too. Yeah, no, I think there are compelling arguments that can be made, but from what I seen, the people who were trying to get signatures, they were just like, here, save BART. And then they told, and I was like, okay, fine. I want to save BART and all this stuff. But I just think they got to get more creative and compelling with the way they get people to sign these signatures, even if it's a cause. That's why I played that clip from Karen, because she said, unfortunately, this had to happen. This is why Trump had to get in office, right? And this is why I'm actually glad he's in office, not because I support Trump, not because I voted for Trump, because I didn't vote for Trump. But it's one of those things that people have been lulled to sleep. They've been pacified, and because they've, some people have had interracial sexual access, or they've been able to move up to certain echelons in society. Them as an individual think that collectively society is not anti-black, or society is not still having structural and systemic racism. You know what I mean? But I'm going to get ready to play this other video right here. This is going to be a video from the brother Afro Elite, and he's going to be reacting to another brother, Amazing Lucas. Now, I like both of these guys. However, I'm going to have to give a impartial and objective analysis to this video. So, and Frank says, why nobody mentioned the LA City Council got caught planning to redistrict LA to shut us out in LA? Nobody mentions it because it was about us. If it was about redistricting Jewish people, redistricting Asian people, then they would have talked about Asian hate and crime and disenfranchisement. But since it happened to Black people, no one cares. And since the collective sentiment of society and the country at large is that anti-Blackness is norm and the standard, many people got on board with it. If they had tried to do that to immigrants who are not even citizens, they would have crashed out. Remember Karen Bass? They somehow out of nowhere found some NGO to fork over $50 million in free legal services to immigrants, right? So if you're an American, native born, we don't got nothing for you. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. But if you're an immigrant, you're a victim because of big bad meanie ICE. So we have to help you. And actually, I'm gonna try to pull it up right now while I'm talking, just because you brought it up. And any of y'all don't have to take my word for it. Y'all could look this stuff up. So hold on, and let me pull this stuff up in real time, because that's what we like to do. Give me uno momento, and I'm gonna pull it up like so. Because they like, why y'all begging? Why y'all asking the government? Why y'all want handouts? Why are the government? Because the government hands. So this is what happens. The government gives handouts to NGOs, and then they say, hey, it wasn't us. It was an NGO. Yeah, NGO funded by the government. So hold on, let me pull this down. Y'all can see, just type this in. You can just type in something random. I typed in 50 million legal fund to immigrants to LA. And you can see, and this is the first one that comes up. California Governor Gavin Newsom signed laws on Friday to allocate 50 million for legal battles against Trump administration and to support immigrant defense. Are you an immigrant? So yeah, this wouldn't help you. You wouldn't be eligible to receive any of these benefits. This move aims to protect state policies from federal challenges and provide legal aid to immigrants facing deportation. Do you think these immigrants have to pay for this, right? We can't give reparations. Where are we going to get that money? How are we going to pay for it? How are they paying for this? No one asks. No one cares. Why? Because it's helping immigrants. So this is why they try to say, this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. So when we give 50 million to help immigrants, hey, this is a nation of immigrants. But I'm not an immigrant. Shut up. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Okay, fine, I will. How about you tell the immigrants to pull themselves up by your bootstrap? That's xenophobia. How? This is what you've been convinced. So all you got to do is just look at this. Los Angeles Times, California approves millions for lawsuits. California approves 50 million to protect immigrants, right? So they have nothing for the U.S. citizens, right? You just have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but immigrants are victims and we have to protect them. Okay. Let's get into this video.
Let me make sure I play this.
I did the video a while back.
This live.
You got to.
Boy, hold on. Here we go. Yep, you got the unamazing doofus. This is the first one I want to play because he's directly going to go after foundational Black Americans. He's going to attack us directly and being all like, it's your fault. Y'all shouldn't have sat out. Y'all shouldn't have. It's your fault. That's what he's going to do. Okay. Actually, let me speed this up because this is just, some of this stuff is just like, not too much.
And, I don't see us coming back from this. And as I predicted in my last video, I think there's going to be a very, very different world. It come 2028, 100%. And we can see that's exactly where they're heading. It's exactly, honestly, it's page by page,
Bro, Beat Active, you getting a little bit annoying, bro. You just saying the same thing over and over. Like I said, FBA don't even know the 97%. It's like you keep saying the same 97%. You said all this stuff in the chat. Where is your source? Let me pull it up right now. Where are you getting this information from? And just because you're an immigrant, that's fine. It's a beautiful thing. Salute to you and your immigrant family. Salute to you. Immigrant lives matter. I'm not an immigrant. There's no immigrants in my family. There's nothing wrong with that. Just like there's nothing wrong with being an immigrant. So I don't know why you keep bringing up this stat of immigrants. I'm not against immigrant. Immigrant lives matter. I mean, how many times do you want me to say that? I mean, you sound like a Democrat because that's all you keep talking about is immigrant, immigrant, immigrant. And this is what I mean with the immigrant exceptionalism, bro.
word by word of Project 2025. All this civil rights stuff that happened and everything, they believed it was all bad. They believed that it was an overstep. You remember Charlie Kirk, or, rest in peace, even he was talking about, I think they went a little too far. That's what I think. I think a lot of stuff, they went a little too far to self-correct the harm they did to Black Americans.
Keep in mind, I just want y'all to remember, this is the same Charlie Kirk that both Republicans and the Democrats decided to give a holiday to. I just want you to keep that in mind while they make it seem like there's some difference in the Democrats or liberals can't stand Charlie Kirk. Do y'all remember how many of these white liberals were out here? I'm talking about boo-hoo, crying, blowing their nose in the tissue, crying over Charlie Kirk. The same white liberals who claim they can't stand Republicans and conservatives and all of that stuff, and they use that stuff for clouts and clicks and views and all that. Just remember that, okay, that was no issue for them to give him a whole holiday. Just remember that.
Now, I want you to think about that's their mindset. Yeah, we went a little too far. Yeah, no. I want you to understand they believe that they overcorrected in trying to help Black Americans in this country. Anyways, guys, that's a video. Let me know what you guys think. Whether or not you believe
hold on.
We survive. Okay, we're not going extinct. We'll never go extinct. All of this, blah, 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 blah. Now, the unfortunate part is that I was, apparently 2 years too late. Okay, that was the unfortunate part.
So this is the thing, right? So people are saying that, hey, we're becoming politically extinct and all this stuff. If that's the case, extinction means eradicated. So if we're extinct, then where do you go from there? Now we got to talk about how do you move forward? Not just, oh man, we're extinct. Man, I told you. Okay, we're extinct. Yeah, but I told you. How does that go forward? People usually don't come back from extinction. So it's usually just move on. Every man for himself, dog eat dog world. So if we're extinct, then how are you talking about the Black community and what they need to do to regain some sort of political power? If we're politically extinct, there's nothing that we can do to regain that power. And if we aren't politically extinct, then why are you using this type of heated language that could be construed as defeated talk? So let me pull something else up so we can try to, get hit with a little bit of scholarship, right? Because some people say, hey, Black power is completely dead. And I know Lucas and other people believe that. And there is some level of legitimacy to what's being said, right? It's not like it's just completely devoid of any types of truth. So we're going to get into it, right? So this is the uncomfortable, unfiltered conversation we need to have. Is Black political power dead? So to say it has ended is an oversimplification. To say it is secure is a lie. We have moved from de jure, by law, disenfranchisement to algorithmic disenfranchisement. The benign neglect trap. By dismantling the VRA, the court effectively declared racism over, while the infrastructure of exclusion remained. This creates a benign neglect where the state doesn't have to pass a white-only law. It simply has to make voting inconvenient enough that marginalized choose not to participate. So this is while the dub supremacists always like to say, racism is over. Where are the laws on the book that explicitly talk about discrimination and racial preference, right? They don't have to explicitly say it. It's just practiced in common law, which I believe it was Lee Atwater when he said, you can't say nigga and all these other stuff anymore. So you have to use more cunning and clever language, which I'm paraphrasing. He said, you got to talk about states' rights and busing. You got to use abstract language, broad language that is intended to hurt the Black community. However, it will hurt some other people. So it doesn't appear as if it's specifically targeting Black people. But ultimately, that's what the goal is. Yeah, we may hurt some white people on the way, but it will disproportionately affect, disenfranchise, and hurt the Black community. And that's what the whole benign neglect in these policies are. So when it disproportionately hurts Black people, they don't talk about per capita. They just say, look, some white people was hurt too. Yeah, but per capita, since y'all love that word, it disproportionately affected and targeted Black people. So they don't like to do that. But then when it's any other crime statistics, they'll say, yeah, white people do more total crime, but per capita, you see, they try to use per capita when it's advantageous to their argument to throw us under the bus. But then when we say, yeah, but per capita, we're the most exonerated. We are 1350, 13% of the population, over 50% of the exonerations. But per capita, they don't bring it up then, only when they want to paint us as these violent miscreants, right? So the new literacy test, instead of reciting the Constitution, the modern barriers are exact match ID laws, closed polling stations in Black precincts, and the purging of voter rolls. It is death by 1,000 procedural cuts. So they try to make it so annoying, so difficult and so inconvenient for you to vote, that then when you don't vote, they say, hey, you had the right to vote. You just chose not to, right? They don't have to do this, right? They don't have to close down the polling station. They choose to do that. And then they say, hey, it's just within the law. And the law says you can be partisan. You can be overly partisan. It's just you can't focus on race. So you can focus, and this is how they do like a whites only thing. They can look at a whites only neighborhood because they have all the demographics, or a whites only district, gerrymander that district. They don't use the word white. They just say, hey, most of these people vote Republican, so we gerrymandered it based on Republican voters. It ain't about race, but it's like the whole district is white. Yeah, but we didn't do it based on race. We did it based on partisanship. And somehow they've convinced you that this is a democracy. You racially target someone based on race, and then when you try to do some repair, hey, why are you making it about race? You mean, why am I repairing the racial targeting and terror that you did against these people? Yeah, you can't do that. That's unconstitutional, right? And this is what they do. They attack Black people for being Black. And then they say, okay, look, this law says I can't attack Black people no more. Yeah, but you already burned down an entire neighborhood. So how are you going to repair that neighborhood? Okay, we'll give some money to you. No, you can't give them money to repair their neighborhood because that's race-based and that's racist, and you discriminating against whites. How? It was the whites who burned it down. So this is the logic that they want you to be okay with, right? We're a nation of laws until they rig the law, until they do I'm W and I say so, right? How is this democratic, right? Democrats are gerrymandering. Okay, fine. If the Republicans go gerrymander, we have to gerrymander. So both parties are gerrymandering. But you look at the Democrats as the good gerrymanderers, right? But both of it is corrupt and rigging the system. But because the Supreme Court says, okay, bipartisan corruption or partisan corruption is okay, then you're convinced that, oh, it's okay. It's cool when they do it. Is this the democracy that you're championing? So you're navigating the symmetrical cage, gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is no longer about geography. It's about data-driven dilution. When a system is rigged to pack black voters into one sacrificial district or crack them across 5 white majority districts, the vote is recorded, but the power is neutralized. And that's all they want to do, right? Oh, look, technically you still have the right to vote. Yeah, you have the right to vote, but they're trying to neutralize how powerful your vote can be. Remind me how this is democratic again. Remind me how this is not anti-black bigoted. If this is systemic targeting and this is anti-black bigotry, but they want to say America's not racist, they just occasionally do racist stuff. Okay. So how to navigate a rigged map? The inside out strategy. If the map prevents you from winning a seat, you must capture the primary. In many gerrymandered districts, the general election is a formality. Power is seized by dominating the party infrastructure so that whoever wins the gerrymandered seat is beholden to your specific agenda. Use localism as a shield while the federal courts retreat. Local offices, district attorneys, sheriffs, and school boards remain high leverage positions. These offices often dictate the daily quality of black life more than a stalled Congress. But do they have you focusing on district attorneys and sheriffs? There's a lot of anti-black sheriffs in California. There's even sheriff gangs, one of them being Latino. Extremely grotesque with their anti-blackness. The school board's anti-black. The district attorney's anti-black. But all you're focusing on is Trump is bad. Okay, yeah, but you're in California. What about your district attorney, sheriffs, and school boards? Or you're in any of these blue states, right? That are actively saying the Republicans bad while they're stabbing you in the back. The Republicans at least come up with the knife and you see, okay, look, man, they about to stab me. So you have room to move, to dodge, to reach for a instrument to defend yourself. But the Democrats are saying, look at those mean Republicans. We got your back. And then you turn because you're like, oh, the Democrats got my back. So you turn to look at the Republicans, and before you can even spell out the word Republicans, the Democrats have already stabbed you in the back, right? Republicans call you a nigga to your face. Democrats call you a nigga behind your face and say, I don't even use that word. The total solution from voting to sovereignty. If the ballot is being sabotaged, we must shift from a voter-only mindset to a political ecosystem mindset. We avoid extinction by becoming too expensive to ignore. Political power is a derivative of economic leverage, i.e. the pocketbook veto. So in the Jim Crow era, the most successful movements used boycotts, i.e. the Montgomery bus boycott, to force the hand of the state. Strategy, aligning black capital to fund independent polling, legal defense funds for voters, and private transportation to polls. We must treat voting as a logistics operation, not just a civic duty. So that means no more vote blue no matter who. No, we'll vote. We'll vote blue, we'll vote red, we'll vote green. Only if it aligns with our interests. If it doesn't align with our interests, then we will protest, vote a different candidate, a different party, or vote the couch. I'm not one to just simply promote voting the couch. However, just from an act of leverage, just from an act of logic, think of it like this. If there's a boyfriend who treats his girl wrong, he goes out and cheats on her, he then brought her back a STD at one point, he domestically abused her, and if she just says, I don't like the way you treat me, but she's never threatening to leave him, or if she never actually left him and say, you know what, I got a restraining order, I changed the locks, and I'm gonna call my big brother or I'm gonna call the cops because I'm done with this relationship. If she doesn't do that, why would the dude change? If a dude is cheating, beating, and abusing his girl, which I don't advocate for, and his girl accepts it, why would he change? Why would he stop beating on you when it's not a deal breaker? If he beats you, you're going to take him back. If he beats you, you're still going to be sucking on his penis, right? So why would he change? You can say shoulda, coulda, woulda. Should he change? Could he change? Yeah. But why would he? You haven't given him a reason to change. And that's what the Democrats too. They abuse you, they spit on you, they poop on you. And then you say, yeah, but the Republicans is worse. You know what I mean? So they always know that they can keep pooping on you. And then they'll start telling you, yeah, I'm pooping on you. But what do you think the Republicans going to do? Yeah, I spit one loogie on you. The Republicans are going to spit unlimited loogies. Well, how about I just abstain from voting at all? Then they call you like Roland, stupid fool. So I'm stupid for not voting to get peed and pooped on. But the Republicans, no, the Republicans, we haven't been voting for them. We can't blame the Republicans for peeing and pooping on us because we haven't been voting for them. Because remember, they called you a nigga to your face. So you didn't get close enough for them to pee and poop on you. Meanwhile, the Democrats, we don't use the N-word. Yeah, you don't use the N-word. You just piss, poop, and spit on the black community. Hey, but I didn't use the N-word. Yeah, you didn't use it publicly. You used it privately. And who cares if you don't use a word or if you symbolically or rhetorically show some level of representation? What type of tangible or economic representation have they put forth for the black community? Not a damn thing. So the dual power framework, when the state neglects a population, that population must build dual power. Structures, organizations that provide the services that the state withholds: food, legal aid, education, in exchange for political discipline, right? So if they ain't gonna feed us, fine, we'll feed each other. They ain't gonna help us with the legal aid, we'll help each other, right? So we need more people, not just ambulance chasing like Ben Crump and stuff like that. We need people that are offering legal aid for the issues that we care about, not just a police shot a black dude and then here comes Ben Crump. You should go out there and help that family, but we got bigger fish to fry than rather just, the occasional police unalivings, because we don't focus on how the prisoners are being treated. They're being disproportionately targeted for mass incarceration, and what's happening to the prisoners when they get inside. We need legal aids fighting for prisoners, right? Because just because they're prisoners don't mean they're not human beings. Most of those people are locked up for non-violent drug offenders, but you're treating some dude who got locked up for weed like he's Hannibal Lecter, right? You do the crime, you do the time, and you're not supposed to care because he got locked up. He's a criminal. He's a felon. It's like, oh, so is Donald Trump, right? But you still were saying, I will vote for Donald Trump. So people truly don't care about felons. They just only care about if the felons don't have the complexion for the protection. Now, the goal is to create a voting bloc that moves as a monolith. If 90% of a demographic votes with surgical precision based on a specific black agenda scorecard, even a gerrymandered system feels the pressure of that swing potential. So this gives us an opportunity, which I don't agree with the decision, but it is what it is now. So now we have to transform and we have to shift our mindset. And our issue has been that we've just been blindly voting Democrat, But we've been violently voting Democrat without actual demands. And your demands are only as good as what you're willing to withhold, right? And back to the girlfriend analogy, right? She can make a demand, but her demand is going to only be as strong as what she's willing to withhold. So if she's willing to say, hey, I'm going to break up with you, I'm going to call the police, I'm going to get a restraining order, we're done, I'm changing the locks. Anything short of that, I mean, how could it truly be taken serious, right? If we over here saying the Democrats need to do right by us and the Democrats, man, they've been doing us dirty. And then when it comes time for the midterms and the general election, you still vote blue no matter who, because the Republicans buy it. Okay, why would they change every year? And then once they get more immigrants, more people to displace and dilute and weaken your vote, then this is where the rhetoric of political extinction comes in, because you'll just be yelling loudly and nobody will care because they're saying, yeah, well, you know, we're not beholden to you. You know, we have to help the Latinos or the Asians or whatever marginalized group fill in said blank. So federalism in reverse. Since the Supreme Court has signaled that state rights are back in fashion, the strategy must shift to state level constitutionalism. The play pushing for state level voting rights acts like those passed in New York and Virginia. If the federal floor is gone, we must build a state level ceiling. So the harsh bottom line is we are in a period of retrenchment. History shows that after every leap toward equality, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which was written for foundational Black American freedmen, which they start leeching and tethering and including everyone else, right? They turned it into an all lives matter amendment, which all lives do matter, but I'm saying the original intent of the amendment wasn't for everyone across the globe. Now, there was a redemption period where the judiciary claws back progress. So this is what you call the retrenchment or redemption period, where they thought like, hey, man, the blacks in the community, they felt like their hand was forced to do the Civil Rights Act, right? Because there were a lot of people turning up in the streets. It wasn't just this peaceful protest where people like John Lewis was getting the crap beat out of them and that's it. There were people turning up in the streets. They were bodying people. They were brutalizing people because they were being brutalized. An eye for an eye. It was being dished out to them and they was giving it back. And the country said, you know what, we can't continue on as a country with this level of civil unrest, right? But for FBAs, to avoid political extinction, we must stop treating the vote as a request for inclusion and start treating it as a tool of friction. In a gerrymandered system, your goal is not to just participate, it is to make the cost of your disenfranchisement higher than the benefit of your exclusion. So also, like, I also want to talk about the double standard, right? So the double standard that defines American redistricting. When a white suburban community sees their school district or precinct split, it's called protecting community character. When it happens to Black communities, it's called efficient map drawing. In the legal world, this is the battle between racial gerrymandering and partisan gerrymandering. And here is the harsh reality of how the law is currently being used to gaslight Black voters. Right now, the Supreme Court has created a massive loophole. In cases like Rucho v. Common Cause, the court ruled that partisan gerrymandering, rigging the maps to help a political party, is a political question that the federal courts have no power to fix. The lawmakers now openly admit we aren't packing these voters because they are Black, we're packing them because they are Democrats. So how does this make sense? You can't gerrymander based on race. That's unconstitutional. But you can gerrymander based on partisanship. Because we live in a democracy with free and fair elections. What is fair about that, right? The reality, because Black Americans often vote as a cohesive bloc, partisan targeting and racial targeting are functionally the same thing. The law essentially says it is illegal to discriminate against you because of your race, but it is perfectly legal to discriminate against you because of how you vote. The packing trap. when they pack black voters into one single district, creating, for example, a district that is 80% black. They aren't giving that community more power. They are isolating it. So the result, you win a seat by a landslide, but you lose the ability to influence the 5 surrounding districts. The shut up and accept it expectation. There is an unspoken pressure that black voters should be grateful for that guaranteed seat, even if it means their interests are completely ignored by the rest of the state legislator or governor, right? All of these things no other group would accept, but they're telling you to accept. Otherwise, you being a victim. And why didn't you vote hard enough? Vote hard enough, harder for what though? So if the maps are drawn to make your vote safe but powerless, the strategy has shifted from fairness to disruption. The only way to beat a packed map is to build influence outside the lines. Leveraging the cracked neighborhoods and districts where black voters have been cracked, meaning spread thin. The goal isn't to win the seat. It is to be the kingmaker. If a white candidate in a cracked district needs that 15% black vote to win, that 15% must demand a specific signed black agenda contract in exchange for that margin of victory. And this is what the Democrats have done in terms of the benign neglect, especially with the Moynihan report and all this stuff. They said, and they talked about it in the WikiLeaks, Julian Assange memos with BLM. They said, when you talk to black people, say that you hear them, you feel their pain, but you never promise them anything, because that's what happens when they promise you something. People have a legitimate gripe to withhold their vote, to start galvanizing others to protest against your vote. But when they say, hey, look, we didn't promise you nothing, or when they start saying things like black and brown, people of color, marginalized groups, when they say, hey, we said we were going to deliver for marginalized groups, and look what we did for trans people, and look what we did for DACA, and look what we did for gay people. So we did deliver on marginalized groups. Y'all ain't the only minorities. So that's what their whole issue is. But when you talk about having a B1, foundational Black American freedom and agenda that they would have to concur with, not whatever they bring to you, what you bring to them. Hey, look, we have no issues voting with you. And we brought you some things that can be done legally. We know they can be done legally because we've already seen you do them for immigrants, Jewish people, and Asians, right? So we've already got that out we've got that out the way. We have no issues of voting for you for galvanizing and advertising and canvassing for you. But what are we getting out of it? And this is what these gerrymandered districts have been getting. It's been getting vote blue no matter who. The Republicans is racist. Oh, well, there's one black Sambo named James Clyburn running. Well, I guess I vote for him because it's either Clyburn or the bigoted racist. But Clyburn is bigoted as well. He presides over one of the most poorest districts in the country. It's one of the blackest districts and one of the poorest districts. What is Clyburn doing about it? Just vote for me because I'm black and I represent y'all. Yeah, you've represented them into shambles, into disenfranchisement. But hey, he's black, right? I would rather have a white dude or an Asian or a Latino dude elected in an all-black district that was going to actually do something for people, not just a talking head to say, hey, look, I'm just like you. I'm a person of color. Like, no, somebody that's going to stand on business, lineage, status-based business. I would vote for anybody of any racial, ethnic background. Many of these people come in, many of them have immigrant backgrounds, and there's nothing wrong with being an immigrant. There is something wrong with tethering on to blackness, and then you get in as a black immigrant, and then all of your targeting for redress and enrichment is towards the immigrant community, and it's not even always black community. So we have to be very firm, and we got to being afraid to say black. All these other groups, they're not afraid to say white and Asian and all this stuff. And they say black all the time. Oh, look at the black people, black crime and black this and all this stuff. They won't say black when they're cosplaying and tethering onto our culture, when they're leeching and extracting from our culture. They don't say black then. They just try to pretend as if it doesn't exist. But if it's something negative, then they love to point the fingers. Look at what the blacks are doing, and blacks and black culture and black this. But then when you turn a mirror to their culture, you see how there's some disgusting parts of many of these cultures. So it's like you're not really in a position to wag your fingers, right? So we have to stop accepting that it's just politics excuse. In the 1890s, they used a grandfather clause and literacy tests that were technically race neutral, but targeted black people with 100% precision. Today's partisan maps are just the 21st century version of that. So just because it doesn't explicitly say black or white doesn't mean that it's not targeting you. And many of these people, they try to pretend as if they're high IQ, and then they'll present this. Well, show me the law that specifically targets black people. There's laws that don't use the word black, and it's not about the law per se. It's about the enforcement of the law, right? So the harsh reality is the system is betting on exhaustion. It's designed to make you feel like the math is too heavy to lift. By packing you, they hope that you make it, by packing you, they hope to make your political voice loud in one room, but silent in the halls of actual power. The move is to stop viewing the district line as a wall. If the law won't protect you, the intent of the vote, the strategy must focus on the utility of the presence. Okay, so let's get back into the video, and let me see what Sunlight has to say. Beat active, you're just kind of rambling incoherently. It's funny, I dropped the link, but nobody wants to come. Y'all always whining in the chat like some moist maniacs, but y'all never want to hit the link, bruh. And shout out to Red Six says, if we were extinct, they wouldn't be trying to take our votes away. It's just the opposite. Well, that's what people are saying. We're politically extinct. This is the whole thing when people say the black community is cooked. Okay, what do you mean by that? When they say cooked, it's over, it's finished, it's extinct. There's a lot of animals that are extinct, right? Woolly mammoths are extinct. Do people talk about woolly mammoths every day? No, seriously, they're extinct. Is there content about woolly mammoths every day? Dinosaurs are extinct. Are there conversations about dinosaurs extinct every day? No, they're extinct. So you're like, oh, let them be extinct. Suddenly we're extinct politically, but every day there's some new people talking about us. What about blacks? Blacks this, blacks that. Black needs to be afraid. We need to go back to Africa. Black. I was like, I thought we were politically extinct, bro. Like, why do y'all keep talking about us? If we're politically extinct, then that means that some other group was politically born or had a rebirth. So let's say we're politically extinct and the Latinos are the big dogs, because that's really what they want, right? It ain't about blacks no more. It's about the Latinos. Okay, fine. This ain't our fight. I'm unburdened by this fight. This is the Latinos' fight. Isn't that what they like to say? They're a bigger group than y'all. So this bigger group should be out there fighting. Y'all said we're only 13% of the population, allegedly, even though we're purposely undercounted, but cool, fine, we're 13%. Why you won't let the big bad Latinos go fight? They had a Latino and Asian pack. Why won't Latinos and Asians combine to go fight? This is about minority rights, right? So where's the group of handicapped people fighting? They're not saying handicapped people are politically extinct. They're not saying trans people are politically extinct. So this ain't our fight no more. This is up to trans people. This is up to Latinos. This is up to LGBT. This is up to Asians, because we're just the lowly 13% of the population. We have no power. We go to underfunded schools. We're undereducated. So this ain't on us. This is on everybody else. Because remember, civil rights are universal rights. He said they know it in these blue states. There's no representation either, no matter if they have a black politician representing there. Yeah, the black politician isn't representing us. They're occupying a seat to represent everyone else. So that's the whole thing. I don't care if someone is black, because what's the point of electing someone black just to say, oh, look at this black person? It's supposed to give your, they try to frame it as, oh, it gives the youth hope, right? If you had a son, would you want your son to be aspiring to be, you can be just like Barack Obama, what, a biracial president who claims blackness when it's convenient and then jumps in and out of it? I'm a Kenyan American. Yeah, that's what you are. You're a Kenyan. No, I'm an African American. Okay, fine. I'm not an African American. I'm a foundational black American. You're being divisive. I'm being divisive, but Obama going around wagging his finger towards black men, telling them that they don't want to vote for Kamala because she's a black woman. That's not divisive. That's not causing a gender dispute and gender conflict. So I do believe that some of the MAGA morons and idiots, I do believe that they are like being disingenuous when they try to talk about Obama causing all this division. However, he did cause a lot of division in the black community, because many people were willing to call him out as a tether that he was, and other people were saying, well, he couldn't do nothing. His hands was tied. Okay, now he's out of the office. He can use the bully pulpit. Obama can say whatever he wants. Has he advocated for reparations? All right, fine. You think reparations is unrealistic. Has he advocated for an anti-black hate crime bill? We're the leaders in hate crime bills. Instead, they talk about the hate that Jewish people are facing. And a lot of it is not hate. A lot of it is people saying free, free, free Palestine, globalize the intifada. That's considered anti-Semitic. So we're supposed to get over being called a nigger. That's not anti-black because you heard it in a movie or a song. But somebody saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That's anti-Semitic, and they need to get millions of dollars in reparations for that. Make it make sense. And Sunlight says, until you have white envelope money, for the most part, voting is a waste of time. When black people as a group decide if we want to buy useless material items or power brokers. Claude Anderson. Yeah, correct. And this is what I'm trying to tell people, right? The whole people vote. And it's like, come on, bro, what are you getting out of it? Right now, you're not getting anything out of it, and you haven't established enough leverage for your demand to have teeth. So sometimes you do need to abstain and say, you know what, we do need to pull our resources so we can run our own candidate. We do need to fund legal aid opportunities, educational courses, mentorship, and things like that, skill sharing. Those things are going to be more beneficial to you to vote than voting. I do believe voting does play a role, and it does have a place in franchising a community. It's just not a panacea, right? Because many people are not even talking about voting locally. Even here, right? This video that I'm playing, they're talking about voting in the general. They're not mentioning voting for the sheriff. They're not mentioning the school board, and they never mention mutual aid. All they talk about is vote and vote. And see, I told y'all, if only y'all would have voted. And that's all they talk about is voting. They don't talk about economic justice. They don't truly believe in reparations. And that's fine if you don't believe in reparations, but you don't believe in anything. You don't believe in mentoring. You don't believe in pooling the resources. You don't believe in donating money or time. So you can just take reparations off the table. You don't believe in enfranchisement. Let's just leave it there, because some people try to pretend, well, reparations is the grift and it will never happen. Okay, fine. You think it will never happen. Why aren't you doing things that will happen? Why aren't you picking up trash in your community, right? Why don't you gather 10 people and y'all have a political meeting or a political rally? And this is like the very basics that you can do. Why don't you get 10 people and have a community garden, right? All of these things would have a more effect on your life than voting in the general election. Why aren't you like trying to get people prepared so you can run your own candidates? You're just thinking that some candidate that you don't know is going to come out and support your agenda? And what agenda do you have? Why haven't you got with these people to construct an agenda? You're waiting for Al Sharpton to present you an agenda. And if Al Sharpton brings you an agenda, it's going to be an agenda that's beholden to the Democratic establishment, which means it won't help you at all. And you said, I'm still tripping off Miss Dynamite just getting 25 years. Yeah, that was wild. And that was in Roger. I think that was Roger X. Roger, wasn't that your ex? That lady, and just in case y'all don't know, there was a lady, she was with her boyfriend. I covered this story a couple days ago. There was a lady in Suffolk County. This happened in 2024, but she just got convicted a couple days ago. So in Suffolk County, there was a lady. She was with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend kicked her out of his apartment and said, you don't got to go home. Well, this is your home. This was your home, but you got to get the flip out of here. Right. So then he went to work and then he came home and he was like, cool, she's gone. I got that bitty boo up out of here. Right. And he went to sleep and then he woke up and he heard a hissing. He looked and it was a dynamite. So he tried to put the dynamite out and it still was hissing. So then he grabbed the dynamite to try to run and throw it out the door. And before he can get out the door, it kaboom, blew his hand off. Now this sounds like some Looney Tunes thing, but no. This is a real story. You can look it up. All you got to do is type in Suffolk County man gets his hand blown off by girlfriend for throwing dynamite. Just type in something random like that. And apparently she's only getting 25 years for that. And not only did the dude get his hand blown off, he got part of his arm blown off. Now, I had said if he was trying to put out the dynamite, I don't know what type of wick that was, because usually you can just stomp on it and it should go out. However, I thought, and this is hindsight 2020, but like if somebody throws a stick of dynamite, I'm not gonna try to pick the dynamite up. I'm just gonna run out the room. If the bed, TV, the dresser or whatever gets blown up, it just gets blown up. But at least you would still have your hand intact. So y'all look that story up. Check one of my prior live videos if y'all want to see my coverage of it. But yeah, there was this Little Miss Dynamite and this explosive relationship. And I'm just skipping past whatever Beat Active has to say because y'all can respond to him. I dropped the link, Beat Active, just like Tampon Timmy. They don't want to come up. And I've noticed that a lot of people, they got a lot of stuff to say in the chat. I dropped the link and then all I hear is crickets, bro. They turn into Casper, the unfriendly ghost. So B-Eazy, who was the first one you heard telling everyone for years the fight is in the States, starting with CBIs? Well, the first person I heard would be myself. No, I'm just joking. I would say Roger Meadows is always talking about CBIs. Sometimes people get annoyed because they're like, bro, shut up with the CBIs and stuff. But he's talking about direct democracy and trying to give solutions so you won't have to just be beholden to this two-party system. There are solutions. And realistically, Roger Meadows shouldn't even be the one talking about CBIs. I mean, salute to the sis Sabby, because I know she talks about it too, with some of the information Roger shares. But we're TYT and all of these Majority Report and all of these lefty channels, right? We're the progressives. We're the home of the progressive. But they don't talk about any progressive means or measures to get this policy passed. They say that they're progressive, but all they mean is they don't fully say the full thing, right? It's just like when a person says they're conservative, they're really saying they're a Republican the majority of the time, right? So when someone says they're a progressive, what they're really saying is they're a Democrat the majority of the time. Could there be progressive right-wingers? Sure. But most of the people, they say that they're progressive. See, progressive is supposed to be like a mindset, right? I'm progressive about this specific agenda, this specific policy. Progressive is not supposed to be a party. There's no progressive party. But when you say progressive, it's Democrats. Guess who says they're a progressive? Nancy Pelosi says she was a progressive, but then also AOC, and then also Jane, and then also Anna Kasparian. But now they're saying, no, we're not progressive anymore. We're populist. Guess who else said they were populist? Donald Trump. So all of these words truly don't have any meaning. They're very nebulous and vague, and it's designed to be like that and specific because you don't truly know who or what they're talking about when you say these terms. And Sunlight says, one thing about the pasties is they will divide a single city based on race, have their own police department. Check out Jefferson Parish and Gretna Police in the New Orleans area. That's one example. Yeah, they always talk about, why do you have to make it about race? And then they gerrymander a district based on race, but because they didn't use the specific language that talks about race, they say it ain't about race. And then it's just convenient, right? They have these NIMBYs and Not in My Backyard and White Flight, and then they move into a neighborhood that's all like Lily W, and then they try to pretend as if, no, it just happened by chance. Like, you know, we didn't socially engineer this stuff, right? And they don't even want to live next to Black people. We, in many areas, are more segregated than Jim Crow, than the height of Jim Crow. And then they try to pretend like separate but equal. And then we say, all right, fine, separate but equal. That's reverse racism. Like, which one is it? You don't want to live next to us. So then we say, fine, let's just stay separate, but let's just have equal stuff. That's reverse racism. No, it's not. But like, unfortunately, many people buy into that. And then they think that we live in this colorblind utopia and that everyone is just getting along. It's just rather pathetic because many of these people are Christians, right? So many of them believe that they're going to the upper room. You're going to the pearly gates. Do you think there's only going to be white people in the pearly gates? So if it's going to be various people of racial and ethnic backgrounds, if there's going to be Black people in heaven, so what, you gonna call the Black people niggas in heaven? If you wouldn't call them a nigga in heaven, why are you calling them that on earth, right? Hey, we're in the pearly gates together. Yeah, but you redlined me when we was on earth. Does this make any sense? Not in my backyard, right? You don't want to live next to the niggas on earth, but you think that you're gonna transcend into the afterlife around Black people and it's gonna be fine? How does this even make sense to you? It doesn't, right? All these people that hate Black people. Okay, cool. You hate Black people on earth, but you're suddenly going to start loving them when you get to heaven. And are you even going to heaven if you believe in that? You said a lot didn't, especially them Cubans. I guess you was talking to Beat Active. Yeah, Beat Active, you need to beat it, bruh. And I don't mean beat your meat. I mean beat it up out of this chat. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna kick you out just yet. It's just because, you know, you got a lot to say in the chat, but you're just afraid to hit the link. It's kind of weird, bruh. And Humpala says, just because they look like us don't mean they looking out for us. I agree. This is why they say all skin folk ain't kinfolk. I don't give a flying fig if the person is Black. Look, vote for them. Why? Because they Black just like you. Actually, they're not Black just like me. That person is an immigrant, right? And there's nothing wrong with being an immigrant, but I'm not. So that automatically isn't just like me. And they came in fighting not for a Black agenda, but for an immigrant agenda. That's not just like me. So don't try to pretend as if someone has the same skin pigment as you, that they're fighting for you. And he says, we need policy. Yeah. No tangibles, no vote is what some people say, right? We are indeed some educated fools from uneducated schools. We're dangerous. He bailed out the white Jewish bankers in 2008 crash also. Yeah, this is what Barack, biracial Kenyan American, did. You know what I mean? Y'all heard him. I ain't the president of Black America. I'm the president of all America. So when he said that, suddenly the whites were saying, he's being divisive. He's making it about race. How? He just said he wasn't going to do nothing for Black people. Yeah, but he's making it about race. Y'all keep making it about race. Y'all keep saying that he's Kenyan, which he is. He wasn't born here and all this other stuff. Y'all keep making it about race and then keep blaming him for not. Barack Obama is talking about color blindness and we're all the same. You know, this is America, you know. Yes, we can. That's what Barack Obama was on. He wasn't on no standing on no lineage business. He wasn't on talking about doing anything for Black people. And then the only thing that he tried to do was something for Black boys. And then you have some boule, buck broken, toxic, feminazi blacks and white liberals saying, well, what about the girls? They do this stuff all the time. They say, man, the boys are failing. Oh my God, the boys are dangerous. Oh, do you see what the boys are doing? Okay, we need to focus on the boys so they're not failing. But what about the girls? You didn't say the girls were failing. You said that the boys were failing. So we need to focus on the boys failing. But that's discrimination. It just keeps the circle, right? So you said the girls are not failing, but suddenly you want us to focus on the girls, but the boys are failing, but don't focus too much on the boys because that would discriminate against the girls who are not failing. Huh? The shit don't even make no sense. And we got Tampon Tim and his, don't worry, Tampon Timmy, I'm going to put you on a timeout because I dropped the link. I told you if you was going to troll, at least have some scholarship. And he says that I'm crying. If I was crying, why would you still be here? Think about this. It's like when somebody say, man, y'all complain too much. Guess what you just did? You just made a complaint. So how idiotic and ironic could you be that you're complaining about someone else complaining? Complaining about someone else complaining is still complaining. If I was allegedly crying and you come here to cry about me crying, guess what you're doing? Crying like the moist maniac and moron that you are. But don't trip, Tim. Do not trip. Bada bam. I put you on a timeout. Have several seats because Tim, I don't know who you think you are, Tampon Timmy. I don't know who you think you are, but just to be clear.
Okay, see now you found yourself a nigga. You were looking for a nigga? Nigga here now, see?
Okay. Today's forecast, dark and cloudy, and chance of drive-by.
This shit just got rigged. What you gonna do, bitch?
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do.
You ever heard of rolling 20s, nigga? Since I was 16, nigga. Okay. See, what he thought was he could come up in here and make the rules, but now he see that I run this bitch, and now he about to bounce.
Tim, you're gonna have to bounce, Tim. I mean, you can still stick around, but hey, Tim, do us all a favor.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
You don't have anything of value to add to the discussion, and you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me. So let's see what else we got in here. Hey, explosive West Coast shit. Unfortunately, pun intended. Mrs. Dynamite. You said it was homemade dynamite. How would you know, Roger? Hold on. How would you know it was homemade dynamite? Now the plot thickens. Roger, was that your old boo thing? Roger, did you dump her or did she dump you? I'm thinking that Roger, you kicked her out. At least you did a good thing, Roger. You kicked her out before she can blow up your house or your car. Roger, you need to pick better women. Oh, you said you ain't know that lady that was in the county next to mine? I forgot. Roger is Nassau County's finest, not Suffolk County. My bad, Roger, my bad. Hey, don't act like Nassau and Suffolk County like you can't find you a nice little bitty boo in Suffolk. But you said, I don't even live in a CBI state and I talk about it more than anyone. Yeah, and this is what is where the, like I said, TYT, the Majority Report, who else? The leftist mafia. They never talk about CBIs. They all try to pretend as if they're so progressive, but they don't have any solutions. Their only solutions is Republicans is biased. So what you want me to do? Vote blue no matter who? No, we have to hold the Democrats accountable. How? By writing strongly worded letters and still voting for them. Okay. So Sunlight says, yeah, there's Baton Rouge and East Baton Rouge. There's Jacksonville, and then there's Jacksonville Beach. It's separated. Yeah, they separated them by, and they always talk about there's reverse racism, and then they separated just, based on racial gerrymandered line. It's really pathetic that people try to fall into these talking points. California allows out-of-staters to come in and help collect petitioners. If finances allow me, I might even come out there to hit you up and we can go get some signatures. Oh, okay, Roger Meadows is trying to put his money where his mouth is. Well, I respect that. And I will have a stream dedicated to just talking about the political activism and political awareness and how we can use the CBIs as tools, because many people are aware of it and then they do the I know. Well, if you know, then why haven't you done anything about it? Because you try to dismiss me and do the I know thing, but you haven't put forth any effort. It's making you sound pretty bad. You might as well say, oh no, I didn't know. Could you enlighten me about this? But if you're saying, I know, and you haven't done anything, it's almost like somebody saying, hey, look here, let me show you how to install your engine in your car. Nah, bro, it's good. I already know how to do it. Well, your engine is not in your car. It's just sitting there. So if you already know how to do it, why haven't you put the engine in the car that you can drive? If you put that engine, that is a good engine. You'll be able to drive all across the country. Yeah, I know. Yeah. If you know, why haven't you installed the engine? And that's, you can apply that with any of these politics, right? Oh man, I know about ballot initiatives. Oh, I know about this. Oh, I know about that. Okay, cool. What have you done to make this a political reality? Oh, nothing. Why? Because the Republicans buy it. Okay, but that had nothing to do with why you're not organizing. So sometimes people try to gaslight you. You said, nah, it's like the Boondocks. There's a black and white heaven. Ronald Reagan is the leader of the white heaven. Is he really though? Why Reagan? But shout out to Shiesty Bum. That's one heck of a picture. Like, are you into BDSM? Shiesty Bum or BDSM Bum? But salute to Shiesty Bum. The Midas Touch. And Roger says, drop the link. Man, I dropped the link. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, let's get back into it. Oh, hold on. I was like, hold on. Let me pull this video back up. And I dropped the link. That link was mainly for Tampon Timmy, but Timmy, I had to get you up out of here. And what was the other one? Like Humpalon says, Timmy, he got wings. Yeah, he did. It wasn't for Red Bull. I had to give him wings. You know, he's too degenerate to get a halo. So just settle for the wings, Tampon Timmy. Tampon Timothy. So let's pull this back up.
I didn't think it was happening, or at least going to happen at this rate. Because I said 5 years. All right. Looks like it's happening in 3. Damn. Give or take a few years, because I really did not, they are on expedited run for Black extinction. Because I was telling people about political extinction, that without political power, without any say-so, that you are in fact extinct. That the moment in time where nobody cares about you, that we don't care, there's a George Floyd, we don't care about Breonna, we don't care about any of that. It doesn't even make the news because you're irrelevant. That is extinction. Rest assured, this is where we are. For those who don't know, you had the Voting Rights Act, which has been severely gutted. 6-3 decision. Well, thanks to Clarence Thomas, while y'all is screaming about.
So like I said, I'm going to give them objective analysis. And this is one of those like kind of liberal lunatic talking points. What about Clarence Thomas? Okay, fine. Blame Clarence Thomas. But like most of the people was talking about Alito and all this other stuff. And why are they always blaming? And even Black people do this stuff too. The first people they say, forget Clarence Thomas, man. Look at what they did. It's like, bro, was it 6? So if it was 6-3, right? That means there were 5 other justices that voted. But we're supposed to single out the one Black one, right? Right? What? Clarence Thomas? Okay, fine. Let's just say Clarence Thomas voted, right? It still would have been what? What would it have been? Like 5-4, right? So it still would have passed. But like instead of focusing on the other 5 other justices who voted to gut this, let's focus on Clarence Thomas. Why? If people have been calling Clarence Thomas a Sambo since he got into the thing, now we're supposed to just pretend as if like he's just a Sambo with all of this unjust, disproportionate power. All of the things that I was saying, what they were saying, like, oh, this is what Alito really wanted to do. And Clarence or Clarence Thomas is just going to go along to get along. So why are anyone surprised? But rather than blame the Supreme Court as a whole, you're blaming Clarence Thomas? I can't let that. And like I said, I don't like anyone on that Supreme Court, including Ketanji Brown Jackson. But to pretend as if this is Clarence Thomas's fault, this is a bit this is a little bit Democrat shillery right here, Lucas.
You're one sentence away from launching.
Now, if it's not, then call out all of them. Hold on, I'm gonna pull the video back up. But did you have something that you want to say, Roger?
Oh, I got a whole lot, so I don't want to interrupt you playing Lucas. Because what I had to say, it would have been too much for you to read. So I said, it's probably just better for me to just come up and say. But you can finish playing the video.
Okay, cool. I'm going to just play some of it. I ain't going to play the full one. I'm going to play some and then I'll pull it down again so we can give more commentary.
This is the same Charlie Kirk that both Republicans and the Democrats decided to give a holiday to. I just want you to keep that in mind while they make it seem like there's some difference in the Democrats or liberals can't stand Charlie Kirk. Do y'all remember how many of these white liberals were out here? I'm talking about boo-hoo, crying, blowing their nose in the tissue, crying over Charlie Kirk. The same white liberals who claim they just remember that.
Now, I want you to think about that's their mindset. Yeah, we went a little too far. Yeah, no. I want you to understand they believe that they overcorrected in trying to help Black Americans in this country. Anyways, guys, that's a video. Let me know what you guys think. Whether or not you believe
hold on.
We survive. Okay, we're not going extinct. We'll never go extinct. All of this, blah, 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 blah. Now, the unfortunate part is that I was, apparently 2 years too late. Okay, that was the unfortunate part. I didn't think it was happening, or at least going to happen at this rate. Because I said 5 years. All right, looks like it's happening in 3. Damn, give or take a few years. Because I really did not, they are on an expedited run for Black extinction. Because I was telling people about political extinction, that without political power, without any say-so, that you are in fact extinct. That the moment in time where nobody cares about you, that we don't care, there's a George Floyd, we don't care about Breonna, we don't care about any of that. It doesn't even make the news because you're irrelevant. That is extinction. Rest assured, this is where we are. For those who don't know, you had the Voting Rights Act, which has been severely gutted. 6-3 decision. Well, thanks to Clarence Thomas, while y'all are screaming about Africans and everything, while this whole little diaspora war is going on, these mofos is making moves. Like I said they would. That's exactly.
So, Lucas, you're not the only one who said that. And you even quoted listening to Claude Anderson, who said these things way before you. But, Jason Black and other people talked about these things too. But this is where the disingenuous stuff comes in. First of all, he's blaming Clarence Thomas. You say it's a 6-3 decision, and then you blame one man. If it's a 6-3 decision, it literally means 6 people voted, not one man, but you only bring up Clarence Thomas, right? So that's one right there. And then hold on, what was the other thing that he said? Hold on, let me rewind that back. Hold up.
To Clarence Thomas, while y'all are screaming about Africans and everything.
So then he goes, while y'all are screaming about Africans, who is the y'all? So of course he's talking about FBA, but who is screaming about Africans? Nobody is not really screaming about Africans. What happens is because now people are delineating and people are checking the disrespect. Now it's like, y'all talk about Africans. No, we're not. On one hand, they say that FBA is not a real thing, that it's just online. And then they say, y'all talk about Africans. Well, if we were just talking about Africans and it's just only an online thing, why would you care? If you're building something outside of the internet, why would you care what someone is trolling and hectoring online? Unless you're saying that the FBA ideology and movement and the delineation process has transcended just online. And if that's the case, then just say that. It's like you just don't want to give the respect to the lineage just because you may not like the person that came up with the name. But if I say, hey, I don't like Jesse Jackson, so therefore I reject the term African American, it's still on a bunch of documents, you know what I mean? And all these people that have an issue with FBA, they don't say anything about people that go around identifying as African American that's selling us out. FBA is somehow CIA for demanding tangibles and something for their vote. But people going around claiming to be African American and selling us out for immigrants and some Pan-African pie in the sky, that's not right. But Lucas doesn't talk about that. Y'all being mad at Africans. Yeah, of course we're going to be mad at Africans. We're going to be mad at Africans, the ones who are tethers. We're going to be mad at homegrown Sambos and raccoons. Anybody could get it. So this whole thing of like y'all just going at Africans, that's not true, right? Most of these channels, it's only a few. Think about Phil Scott. He's an African diaspora network. Is he just going at Africans every day, or is he responding to stuff? He hires and employs a bunch of Africans, right? So let me play a little bit more, and then I'm gonna let you chime in.
Extinct. That the moment in time where nobody cares about you, that we don't care. There's a George Floyd. We don't care about Breonna. We don't care about any of that. It doesn't even make the news because you're irrelevant. That is extinction. Rest assured, this is where we are. For those who don't know, you had the Voting Rights Act, which has been severely gutted. 6-3 decision. Well, thanks to Clarence Thomas, while y'all are screaming about Africans and everything, while this whole little diaspora war is going on, these mofos is making moves. Like I said they would. That's exactly, that's the tactic of the lineage of evil. Kill, steal, and destroy. So while...
We also got to stop calling this stuff a diaspora war too, bro. Do you know what a war is? People are literally getting heads chopped off, bullets pumped into them, limbs amputated. That's what war is, bro. Calling a dispute a war, bro, it's serves to desensitize what war really means, right? People saying, I got called an African booty scratcher when I was a kid. How was that a war? You know what I mean? Me calling someone a tether. It's a diaspora war. Why? Because I call somebody a tether? That person called me an Akata, a bead, and a Jareer. I called them a tether. We both called each other's names, but they only talk about one side. But y'all said tether. Like tether is a old tether didn't even come from the grassroots. Tether came from Key and Peele or Jordan Peele, whoever made that movie Us. Have you ever seen the movie Us? That's where the term actually comes from. Now, the black grassroots popularized it, but that's where it comes from. A tether, and especially in that movie, is like a doppelganger where they tether onto, basically, if you know about the movie Us, which I haven't even seen it, but I know about this movie, right? They have these doppelgangers in the movie that there'll be a Roger Meadows and the tether will appear to be Roger, but they're there to undermine you and there to mislead. And that's essentially what the tether is. Just because you have a different lineage doesn't automatically make you a tether. But if you're doing things to actively undermine the community, then that's what makes you a tether, right? And like Lucas, he already knows this stuff, right? So when he's saying like, oh man, they just going at Africans, like who is the they that you're talking about? We're not a monolith. There's millions of us. So some of us is going to be super codified and standing on business, church going. And then some of us is going to be, a little bit obnoxious and rambunctious when it comes to the language and stuff like that. That doesn't represent all of us, because that's what they'll say. If a few of us is calling some people tethers, then that means like all of us hate Africans. That's not the case. But then if a few of them is calling us Akatas and the beads, hey, you can't generalize the whole community. But ain't that what y'all did with us? Y'all generalized our whole community based off the rhetoric of a few. Go ahead, Roger, get up in there.
So what I was gonna, I like wrote this down or whatever. So section 2 being undone. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, where they say that it violates the 14th Amendment because they're basing redistricting on race, proves that we cannot base reparations on race. So that's good news. The bad news is is it re-emphasizes, you said Alito, but I think you meant just Chief Justice John Roberts, white supremacist philosophy of protecting racial discrimination by saying, if the results of an action shows a disproportionate negative racial discriminatory impact on Black people, regardless of whether or not that it was intended to or not, that should not be prosecuted as racial discrimination. Instead, it should be one's ability to prove racial discriminatory intent to oppress and discriminate on race, which makes it damn near impossible to prove, which is the point. You know, because it's easier to prosecute and to bring charges when the results end up being racially discriminatory, even if that wasn't the intent. So that's what John Roberts always hated since he worked in the Reagan administration. He wanted to make it where, well, you have to show that was the intent. Okay, and you know how hard, you know, that is. So that was the whole point. However, he thinks he found a way of protecting and keeping white supremacy in place when all he is doing is delaying the inevitable, thus making it harder to be held accountable for it than if it were based on results. Now, here's the thing. If every I'm gonna skip that part. They don't, yeah. So here's how John Roberts has doomed his own descendants of his race. As it is projected, the second half of this century, whites will go from being a majority to a plurality and ultimately a permanent minority. By getting rid of all these minority protections today, then that will endanger future minorities, which will be them. These very decisions he has made today will be turned against his children, his grandchildren, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, so on and so forth, because then with that still in place, with no legislation, Black people whatever race is the majority, in this country can openly discriminate against whites. All they have to do is just not admit that they did it intentionally. The onus will be on the new minority, which would be his descendants, to prove that we intently, explicitly, racially discriminated against them. I got something else to say, but if you want to respond to that, oh, you there?
Oh. Yeah, no, I'm here. No, I don't really have a response to that.
Okay. So the other thing is the best way. Oh yeah, and here's another thing. All of this stuff.
I mean, it was good. It was good information. I just concur with it, so it wasn't really nothing to add that wouldn't sound redundant.
Mm-hmm. Now, here's the thing. I want everybody to remember. Congress put a well, maybe not on you, but Congress gaslighted and propagandized us into believing, not us as like me and you, but propagandized the entire country into believing that the Supreme Court is the end all be all, the final say. That is not true. That is not true. Okay. Congress is really the final. I mean, you could say we're the final.
Hold on real quick, Roger. And shout out to Azure Nimble Nimbus says, I don't care about minorities. I care about freedmen. Salute to Azure.
Oh, so, yeah. But you know what I was saying. You know what I meant.
I just want to be clear because Azure was thinking that you was getting into that all lives matter. So I was like, nah. I know you was just breaking about the broader sense of politics when you brought up the minority point.
Right. Because he's dooming I'm saying that whites will be the minority in this country. So by him trying to hurt Black people, freedmen, he's hurting himself. Well, my only regret
it's just basically math, right? Demographics, right? The numbers are what the numbers are. You know what I mean?
And the only sad part is, okay, he's I think he's 75. He might not be around to see the damage that he's done. I would like for him to be around to see how he gave us the advantage. But
I mean, a lot of those cats, can't you say, like Clarence Thomas and all? The only people was what, Ketanji, Coney Barrett, Kavanaugh. They'll be around, but like I know, isn't Clarence? I'm gonna look up. I know Clarence Thomas is close to 80. I know Trump is like 80, right?
I think he's in his 80s. I think Thomas is in his 80s. But the other thing also, they gaslit everyone into believing that they have the final say. No, Congress has the final say, because people
Clarence
don't even.
Thomas is 77.
Oh, okay, my bad. No, Congress's job when they strike something down is to say, okay, they struck down this law. Let's change the law to make it compliant with the Constitution, or let's make a new law, or do something bold like something that we haven't done since 1992, propose an amendment to the U.S. Constitution to the states. Okay? All of this stuff like, oh, no, I guess you got to elect us again to make sure that the Supreme Court, blah, 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 blah. No. You don't have to depend. We need an activist Congress to actually do their job. And you know what? Supreme Court, John Robertson and all them said more than once, like, yo, you're giving us too much work. You kicking everything to us. Do your job. Like they've said this, like, why you keep kicking stuff to us to make us settle everything? Why don't you legislate? That's your job. But no, they don't want to do their job. They want to kick everything to the courts, right? The other thing, when you're talking about partisan gerrymandering or whatever, the best way to eliminate partisan gerrymandering is to abolish all parties by driving up the independent registration in 30 states, because in 20 states, voters don't register under a party. So by default, they're independent. Okay.
Yeah, no, because that's what I was going to ask you, because I heard someone having this discussion too, and they were talking, because you know how the rigging is just beyond gerrymandering too. So, you know, so let's say you want a candidate. In order for you to get your candidate has to go through the rigors of the primary. In order, in many states, for you to have your candidate, you need to be registered towards that political party. So if you saying, like, for instance, Marcel Dixon, right? When he was running as a Democrat, not because he loves the Democrats or anything like that, but, you know, and if you wanted to vote for Marcel, in many states, you would have had to been registered as a Democrat to vote for him in the primary. Now, in the general election, you can be independent and you can vote for the candidates on the ballot, but you won't be able to get your candidate in if you're not registered in the. So that's the kind of like Weasley type of thing. So
yeah. So
what do you say about that?
So in those states like Ohio and Georgia, where you don't register under a party, you just register and you're automatically independent. They just tell you independents, hey, you can either vote in the Republican primary or the Democrat primary, but you can't do both unless it's like an open primary state. My sister said to me, you know, like she saw me change from like, I was a hardcore Democrat back in the day, right? And she was like, well, if you're independent, you can't vote in the Democrat primary. I said, well, you're a Democrat. Are you concerned about voting in the Republican primary? No, because you're not a Republican. If you're an independent, you don't care about voting in primaries, because at the end of the day, you have all the leverage when it comes to the general election. You know, I don't care if you beat this person over here and blah, 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 whatever. Well, we want what the person that you beat wants. You see what I'm saying? We have the leverage as independents. You know, like, you can't scare me anymore about, oh, I was like, so what, you can't vote in the primary? Who cares? You don't do nothing anyway. You know, vote for the ballot measure. You know what I mean? Like, I've been leaving in the past 2 cycles, I've been voting, but I've been leaving it blank, where I'll write somebody in, or, you know, vote third party, or, you know, hit yes or no on the ballot measure. But a lot of my stuff has been blank, you know. But you know, that's about it. I got to pick up a customer, so I don't know how to kick myself out of here. So, kick me out, but I'm gonna listen.
It's okay.
To you. All
right. Drive safe.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Okay, so that was Roger Meadows right there. Salute to my bro from Nassau County, New York. And Tim, you're back. What up, Tampon Timmy? So it's good, bro. I put you on a little bit of timeout, but I didn't ban you, so you're back. The link is still there, Timmy. You can come up. You know what I mean? You don't have to troll in the chat. But let's get back into the video.
They created a diversion, right? They got you looking over here and arguing, oh, delineation and all this goofy stuff. We even see what's going on in South Africa. While they doing all that, best believe.
So this is the thing. He's talking about delineation and all that goofy stuff. And then he's talking about y'all attacking Africans. But will he call Africans goofy for delineating? Because when they came over here, they were the ones talking about, I ain't black. Why y'all call y'all selves black? Black is just a color. That's what all these people were saying. We are late to the delineation process, right? So Lucas wouldn't call Asians goofy for delineation. Do you think Koreans, Japanese, and Chinese people see themselves as one big Asian? No, they're saying we're going to delineate. Yeah, Koreans are Asian, but they're not like us. Chinese. Yeah, Japanese people are Asian, but they're not like us. But with black people, we're supposed to pretend as if we all have some solidarity and we all black. In Africa, there's over 3,000 tribes, over 2,000 different dialects. They're delineating on the continent of Africa. In Latin America, they delineate. Do you think Hispanics are all just one under the umbrella, right? Tell a Mexican that they're no different than a Puerto Rican. Tell a Puerto Rican that they're no different than a Dominican. Tell a Dominican that they're no different than someone from Honduras or Venezuela. All of these people delineate. Why are they over 560 plus federally recognized tribes? Why won't they call themselves one big Native American, one big Indian? Why don't they call themselves that? Why do they delineate? So Lucas won't call tribes delineating goofy. He won't call Asians delineating goofy. He won't call Jews delineating goofy. There's Ashkenazi Jews, there's Hasidic Jews, there's Sephardic Jews. Will he get on here and say they're goofy for delineating? Christians delineate. Why is there Latter-day Saints? Why are there evangelicals and Lutherans and Protestant and Pentecostal? Why is there delineation in Christianity? Show me the video of these people calling that goofy. So there's only one particular demographic that they call delineation goofy. Why is that? Dominican Republic and Haiti share the same island and they delineate. I know black, Papi. I not Haitian. You're on the same island and they delineate, right? So we're the only groups that get shamed for delineation. Y'all on some goofy stuff. We're on some goofy stuff to do what everyone else is doing. He won't call the continent of Africa goofy. Over 3,000 tribes delineating. So it's the continent of Africa on some goofy stuff. According to this logic, they would have to be.
It's been severely gutted. 6-3 decision. Well, thanks to Clarence Thomas. While y'all are screaming about Africans and everything, while this whole little diaspora war is going on, these mofos is making moves. Like I said they would. That's exactly, that's the tactic of the lineage of evil. Kill, steal, and destroy. So while they create a diversion, right?
Yes, the Democrats like doing things that they know will fail, and then they turn around and say, see, look, we tried to do something for y'all, but it was the Republicans. Now vote blue no matter who. So they do a lot of stuff, and then they would love to try to pass race-based reparations. Many of those Democrats are lawyers, so they already know that the race-based stuff will be struck down. They know that they could have they know that they could advocate for lineage and status-based policies, right? Which is why Native Americans still get money today. Are they getting money based on race? No, because if you ask, because there's no race called Native American and there's no race called indigenous. So what race are these people, right? So some would say, well, they're Asiatic. Nah, they're not. Many of them look like Justin Timberlake and Macaulay Culkin. So those people are indigenous to Europe, but these are the so-called Native Americans, right? So that's one of the reasons why they don't mind giving them money, because it's just going to other white people, just other white ethnics. But the Democrats specifically like to put forward the race policy to try to pretend like, no, it's fair. And like, we don't want to single out the other black people because they really went through stuff too as well. So they try to frame it as if they really care about black people. But the race thing is to just get shut down. And they're hoping that some things like this go to the Supreme Court and they say, see, we just couldn't do it. It was struck down. You know what I mean? When they gave Japanese reparations, Japanese people are Asian. They didn't give Asian reparations. They gave Japanese people reparations who happened to be Asian, and they gave those the reparations based on lineage and status. So Filipinos are Asians, but they didn't get reparations for Japanese people. Cambodians are Asians. They didn't get reparations for Japanese people. So if you hear the Democrats or any other activists framing the policy as race-based, they're trying to set it up to fail. And then once it does fail, they say, see, at least we try. The Republicans ain't even going to try. So just vote for us. You know what I mean? But he says, Tim, how about taking your home? Yeah, Tim fled. Tampon Timmy fled his homeland and he's never going back. Humpalou said they scared of FBA's learning their true power of what we have. And that's why the new black media, the black grassroots were waking people up. All of that, having your head in the sand and being sheeple, those days are over. And now I know the attacks are going to ramp up, but you know what? What you call hell, we call home. I'm in Hell's Kitchen with an apron and a hairnet. And y'all heard what Bane said. You merely adopted the darkness. I was born in it, molded by it. So let's get back into it.
Right? They got you looking over here and arguing, delineation and all this goofy stuff. We even see what's going on in South Africa. While they're doing all that, best believe they are swooping up land, putting in laws.
So again, Lucas is talking about the delineation and all that goofy stuff, right? But in South Africa right now, South Africans are funking with black immigrants. Has Lucas made content about that? Right? We all black. So where's your content about that, bruh? Literally, South Africans right now are whining about black immigrants coming in. They took our jobs, right? Where's Lucas content about that? Nigerians and Ghanaians are funking right now. We all black, but the Ghanaians is kicking Nigerians out. Bro, if you Pan-African, just say that. But where's the Pan-Africanism at? All these people that try to pretend it's like we're all just one and we need to come together as Pan-Africanists, but they can't show you anywhere where that has worked. There's no Pan-Africanism in Africa. North Africans are African. Where are the North Africans alliance with East and West Africans? Africans are not uniting with Africans, but Americans. And hold on. This person says, where's your content? Why? Why would I make content about South Africa? I'm not talking about South Africa, but he did just bring up South Africa. My content is about America. I'm America first. So like you haven't even been commenting, but you try to come in. Well, where's your content? Do you create content at all? I mean, you coming in with the capes on, like, do you create content? I'm not the one who brought up South Africa in this reference, right? So if you're going to bring it up, bring it all up. Like I said, I mean, come in with some respect. No, sir. Don't come in acting like a little whiny, you know what. But shout out to Big Rick Slaps. And he says, I don't think Lucas is FBA. Water called him out and he reneged. I don't know if bro is FBA. I'm not sure. He says Lucas has a white mom. I don't know. I don't know if this is true, if this is alleged. I don't really care if he has a white mom. I don't really have an issue with Lucas. I just disagree with his talking points on this specific issue. It's a lot of stuff I agree with him on. I just don't agree with him on this. I don't really see what the purpose of this, critique is. He admitted it when she would drop him off at school. Sure, buddy. I don't know. Maybe it's true. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really care if his mom is white. I'm talking specifically about the talking points. I'm just addressing that.
This is a perfect time. All right. Perfect time. And that's what they're doing. So what you have to understand is.
Okay. And notice he just unnecessary shade at delineation, and all of a sudden we're just yelling at Africans is what he's trying to word this as. That has absolutely, one thing has nothing at all to do with the other. Okay. That has nothing to do with the other thing at all. Now he's making it seem like we're distracted from the big thing. No, we're very much so on politics. We know what the politicians are doing. We follow these cases. But just notice the little shots he's throwing, because this is their way of trying to make delineation seem pointless. By saying, well, there's bigger things we need to be focusing on. We should have been focusing on this. Okay. And it's always this distraction because they don't want us to talk about delineation, period, at all. They don't want us to address any type of ethnic issue at all, period.
Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Once again, the Voting Rights Act, I literally did a video on how they have used laws that were put in place for us, or at least ostensibly put in place for us, are now being used against us. Because you have to understand the whole mindset when it comes to Project 2025 is that, hey, this is post-civil rights era, okay? All this racism stuff, this doesn't exist anymore. We don't need HBCUs. We don't need Black grants. We don't need any of that. We just need to be American. That's what we need. Anyone with an IQ above room temperature and has eyes, or at least working eyes, understands that is all bull crap. Understands that is all nonsense. All right. That, hey, we didn't create racism. We didn't create the systems to enslave ourselves. We didn't tell us that we couldn't vote. We didn't tell us that we were property, right? That's not how that works. So you're the problem.
He's out of line, but he's right.
To be honest, to be frank, you're the problem when it comes to racism. You can't blame us for you being racist. And that's exactly what they've done. And just to interrupt for a second, I want to let everyone know of blackvotewatch.org. It's a website which helps Black Americans keep our representatives accountable, especially those that got into office on the Black vote. There's a lot more coming up, but the goal is that instead of exiting politics, that we get actually involved in it. So I want everyone to.
Mm-hmm. Do y'all think that I'm going to fast forward a little bit past that, but do y'all honestly think that he wants to hold Black representatives accountable? Because every time we say something about a Black representative, he's coming up here calling us Republican for doing so. Okay. So there's a whole website dedicating to what? Because if we say we want anything specific, he's going to call us agents of chaos, and he's going to call us Republican.
Yeah, and that's where the hypocrisy comes in, right? So there's this website, which in theory, it does sound good, right? It's a website to see which politicians need the Black vote to win. And then that way we can organize and mobilize and strategize on how to leverage our vote and hold these politicians accountable. But not only that, make a strategic demand that when they get in office that they will help or actively try to implement, right? So then when we're calling out these people, if Black people have been voting majority for the Democrats, right, then that means the majority of the ire, the majority of the critique should be against the Democrats, right? You can't criticize the Republicans when the Republicans haven't been promising you anything. The Republicans aren't going around saying you're the backbone of the party. The Republicans are letting you know that they don't care about you. They don't want you. They don't need you. Meanwhile, the Democrats are the ones saying, we love you, we need you, you're the backbone, but don't criticize us. Criticize the Republicans, right? But you didn't help get the Republicans in office. You helped to get the Democrats in office. Then you helped to get the Democrats in office. They tell you, shut up, vote blue no matter who. And then when you criticize them, why y'all ain't saying nothing about the Republicans? Because I ain't voting for them, right? People plan to be on a loyal constituency to the Democrats. And all they have to say, what y'all gonna say about the Republicans? Not a damn thing, because I didn't vote for them, don't plan on voting for them, but I plan on voting for you, and you want me to vote for you as well, right? So it doesn't make any sense, right? If you voted for the Democrats at an 80%, 90% clip, then that means that your criticism should be 80 to 90% of the Democrats. Criticize them with the commiserate amount of your voting percentage. So if 10% of you voted Republican, criticize them 10% of the time. 90% voted Democrat, criticize the Democrats 90% of the time. So let me see. He says, Lucas was once familiar of the extreme white wing, so everything about him is suspect. Yeah, I know bro did have his period. I think he was like in those Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, TP at USA circle. So he was there. Then there was a brief period where he was saying that he was FBA, or at least using the terminology. I don't know if he actually said that he was. And then now seems to be leaning heavily towards the Democrats, while at the same time not explicitly saying, hey, I'm a Democrat or vote Democrat, but it's like, yeah, you're leaning towards influencing people to vote Democrat. And I don't think it's wrong voting for either party if they're putting forth some tangibles. I would vote for Green Party. I would vote for Democrats. I would vote for Republican, because it's not about party. It's about policy. But people are trying to make it seem, well, y'all ain't going to get nothing for the Republicans. So what? Just vote blue no matter who? Yeah, okay, cool. We've been doing that, though, and not getting anything else. So now when people say, all right, fine, since we don't want to vote the Republicans, the Democrats ain't giving us nothing, we just going to vote the couch. Y'all CIA and y'all dumb and y'all know how voting works and all this stuff. So they don't know how voting works. It's just they've only been voting Democrats for 50 plus years. Yeah, that's because they don't know how voting works. So it's like, now y'all don't know how voting works. So keep voting for the Democrats that ain't going to give you nothing. How is that leverage again? How is that political power again? If you're going to vote, wield your vote as a weapon, just automatically tanking in your vote for the Democrats. Like, how is that leverage? Thanks for acknowledging that you share extreme white ring ideology and you're Hispanic, right? Yeah, Tampon Timmy claims that he's a Hispanic Latino, but nobody knows who he is. He's clearly like a W Latino, which, hey, there's nothing wrong with being white and Latino. But if you're like Tampon Timmy and you're a complete incel imbecile, then there are some issues. Well, when a Cube approached the GOP, they called him MAGA, no satisfying the Dems. Yeah, exactly. Ice Cube came with a black agenda and they called him MAGA. And then they were saying, they were trying to frame it as if the Democrats, if y'all vote Republican, y'all ain't even going to get a study. Okay, well, there's no study that's going on right now. The Democrats brought in a bunch of Sambo tethers and a bunch of buck broken boule people to have a reparations hearing to just basically try to frame it as if it's unfeasible and unpopular, right? This war is unpopular. They always try to say this. Reparations is unpopular, so give it up. Okay, this war is unpopular, but have they given it up? All that funding that they're giving to that chosen place that represents the Star of David, right? People are tired of funding them, but the checks just keep rolling on in, right?
Okay, but yet there's a whole website. I'm not saying it's his website. I don't think it's his website. It's more than likely he's getting paid to advertise somebody else's website. But there's a whole website that holds, it's a website that holds politicians accountable. We're still going to vote for them. We're not going to even threaten to remove our vote from these politicians.
And it's the whole thing, right? How are you holding a politician accountable when they know that you're going to vote for them? No, we going to hold you accountable. We going to write you a strongly worded letter. We going to get out and protest in the streets. We going to make content. We going to go on CNN and we going to talk about how bad y'all been treating the black community. Yeah, but who you going to vote for? Well, the Democrats, of course. All right, cool. Nothing to see here. Shut up, nigga. Vote blue no matter who. Yeah, but what about our list of demands? Why would we care? Y'all going to vote for us anyways. If they spit on you, you're going to vote blue no matter who. If they poop on you, you're going to vote blue no matter who. If they pee on you and tell you it's raining, vote blue no matter who, right? If they go and slap your mama, I'll say, hey, who you going to vote for? Well, the Republicans is racist, so I'm going to vote blue no matter who. But the Democrat just slaps your mama. That was pretty racist too. Yeah, but the Republicans would have slapped her twice, so I'm voting for the lesser of two evils. How pathetic could you be?
Who need it? Okay, that's our biggest power. That's our biggest leverage. What we're going to do is still vote for them, but we're going to send them unfavorable emails. Oh yeah, I'm talking about we're gonna send them some nasty emails. There might even be a little bit of profanity in the emails that we're gonna send them. We talking about sitting on the couch? No, that's not how you do anything. You leave them voice messages, all right? And you leave them emails, okay? And let them know your disappointment. Put a teardrop on the piece of paper when you send it out there so they will know, oh, he was crying when he wrote this. He's really mad. Oh, wow, she sounds really sad about, her kid dying. That's crazy.
You go along to get along with the system. And now the system is possibly kicking you out because they don't want you around. See, this is the thing. This is what you're dealing with the Republicans right now. I'm going to go back to Nick Fuentes, if you know who he is, right? The anti-black Nick Fuentes. He said something a while back, and I'm noticing they kind of going with that. He was talking about all the bootlicks and the sellouts. He said, we don't need them speaking for us. He said, they making all this money off of us. He said, we can speak for ourselves. We don't need them. And he really went hard on, they don't need y'all speaking for them no more. They can speak for themselves. And I noticed after he said that, and more of them start taking that ideology, what he said, slowly but surely, they've been pushing y'all out. Ain't that right, Candace Owens? Would you think the Congressional Black Caucus is not in the same position as Candace Owens? No, they didn't say the things she said, but what the purpose she served is the same as the Congressional Black Caucus. No, none of them have said incendiary things like Candace Owens has said. No. They have never said nothing like that, like she said in the past about George Floyd or Breonna Taylor, or any black. No, they've never done that. But when the rubber meets the road, Candace Owens was put there to serve the interest of white supremacy. The Congressional Black Caucus have proven themselves to serve the interest of white supremacy. Look at how they vote on things. They vote on things to promote the system. They don't stand 10 toes down with us. When you had that Asian hate bill that came up to create a special liaison in the DOJ to monitor hate crimes against Asians, none of them stood up and said, hey, the number one victim of hate crime, which is FBA, we need a liaison too in the DOJ for black people. They didn't do nothing. They never stand 10 toes down for black people. So why would we get mad about you losing your seats? You know my attitude. It needs to be just no more Congressional Black Caucus and Bill of Freedmen's Caucus. That's nothing but the freedmen.
Yeah, I'm with that. The Congressional Black Caucus or the Congressional Black Caucus, y'all can go, because what is the point of having a Congressional Black Caucus when all they do is cater towards immigrants? Many of the Congressional Black Caucus actually are immigrants. There's nothing wrong with being an immigrant. There is something wrong with being an immigrant tethering onto the foundational Black American freedman lineage. And then you get into office on the backs of us, but all you care about is non-citizens. You're trying to bring in more people from your homeland, fine. But hey, why don't you run on that agenda? Don't run on this agenda that, hey, I'm gonna help the Black community. And then you start focusing on bringing Black people from a different part of the globe to say, hey, these are going to be the new Americans and the new Blacks. You know what I mean? A more docile, subservient group. And they're grateful because they were fleeing what Trump and many of them called a shithole nation, right? So, yeah, you should be proud that, you know, we invited you to come over here, right? But no, how is that America first? You said the fact that USA is a democracy system where the majority is what rule and all the minorities keep kicking rocks. Don't really get what you're trying to say, Beat, because like I said, you've been having a lot of incoherent comments in the chat, which is why I dropped the link. Without unity between other ethnic, racial, cultural, nationality groups, there's no way in the system. That's just the way it is. Well, you guys don't even have unity amongst Hispanics, so you definitely don't have unity with Black Americans. We have been the only ones reaching and extending the helping hands and the arms to unite with everyone, right? We've been the only ones upholding some Black and brown people of color coalition, right? Many of your people, especially you're Puerto Rico, right? You're Puerto Rican. Just like in all Latin Americas, the darker Puerto Ricans, the darker Latinos are considered less desirable than the lighter, brighter, whiter ones. How are you talking about unity when there's inherent Black anti-Blackness within your community? So how about you help to dismantle that? And then, you know, maybe then we can start to unify. So let's play some more of the video.
Who has a freedman identity and a freedman agenda and will go into Congress and fight for freedmen and the agenda of the freedmen that built this country. Because clearly that name, Congressional Black Caucus, that name needs to go. It needs to be a freedman caucus with grassroots people that's getting in there, put in by the grassroots and serve the interests of the people and not corporations, not foreign powers. That Black America can vote in.
Okay, thanks for that, Red 6. It looked like my computer actually got muted, but I was replying to this low IQ lunatic, Tim. He keeps saying that the Democrats are putting forth reparations as a carrot that they're dangling, which is true, right? They're putting forth that carrot. Now, we are legitimately owed this debt, but they're just framing it as, here, let's either make it race-based so it can get struck down and we can say, see, we tried, or they want to make it very broad so that people like Tim, immigrants like Tampon Timmy and his lineage can try to tether onto it and say, I was seeking asylum and ICE treated me bad. So people like Tim will try to tether on to reparations. They'll laugh and think it's all funny because people were saying, why are you all big in the government? And now you got people like Premier Jayapal saying that immigrants deserve reparations. You have people like Donald Trump saying that Jewish people should get reparations. And they did because someone said globalized an intifada. So, yeah. People are not opposed to reparations, but yeah, Timmy, like I said, I already timed you out once because you're not providing anything of value. You're just trolling like an idiotic B-I-E-I-E-I-itch. So, Timmy, do I got to drop the link again? Actually, the link is still there. This is for Timmy. This is for Beat. This is for all these people. Y'all got all this stuff to say in the chat, but you won't hit the link. How cowardly could you be? Chase the carrot all the way to another land. Keep going back. And that's what I'm saying. Tim, he fled his homeland. He fled his homeland because he couldn't cut it. He was too lazy and he was too low IQ to build in his homeland. So he fled here and now he's just wagging his finger saying what we don't deserve. Did you know Puerto Ricans are seen as the lowest man on the Latino totem pole? Spanish from Spain look down on every Latino on the Western Hemisphere. Well, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, they try to pretend as if all Hispanics are the same and see themselves as the same, but they don't. If that's the case, then just tell a Puerto Rican that they're no different than a Mexican, and tell a Mexican that they're no different than a Dominican, and a Dominican that they're no different than a Brazilian, since they're all Hispanic. Right, and then see what type of response you get. But with us, they want to try to pretend as if we're all just the same. But like I said, Timmy, since you're being a little B-I-E-I-E-I-itch, I gotta time you out because I dropped the link and you're just trolling and giggling like a little schoolgirl. So gotta put you on timeout, Timmy. But like I said, I don't mind trolling, right? But at least come with some level of scholarship. Don't be like Tim. Don't be a low IQ lunatic like Timmy. So there you go, Timmy. You got wings and you didn't even need a Red Bull for that. Now, I'm going to get ready to shut it down because I've already been on here 4 hours. But if y'all are feeling the stream, I may come back in a couple hours and hit y'all with a double header. But I do want to thank everyone who came through the stream. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. So I'm going to play a quick series of videos and then I will be getting ready to shut her down. And if you haven't taken the opportunity to like this stream yet, remember, it won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. Now, if you're willing to make a financial contribution, then you can go ahead and just hit your boy on the Cash App. Now, I know some people say they don't have Cash App. They have PayPal and other things. I do have a PayPal. I just don't have all of my information to put on the screen. So hopefully you have a Cash App. But if you don't, it's okay. And even if you're unable or unwilling to contribute, the likes, shares, comments, those are all free and they mean a lot to me.
If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and smash that. If you're feeling generous, then you can hit the Cash App, $ easy stack. It's easy to remember. All them donations that you contribute make it feel like it's the 25th of December. Hit the Cash App. It's preferred over Super Chat because YouTube takes 30% off the top, and that's stupid whack. So if you want to see growth and watch the content get greater, send a Cash App to B-Eazy Dat Dude.
Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. There's a lot of niggas that say they real. To me, that shit is far-fetched. Most them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I rock up on them with the 40 ounces. It's the definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These birds that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flat line in your pit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Buku for the cocaine to go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss. I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racket and fly back out to Milwaukee. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the drawer is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so high, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the drawer is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so high, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
B-Eazy Dat Dude, boy, stop playing. You know you dat dude and been dat dude. Back in the day, he was that dude. Fast forward to today, he's still that dude. Yup, dat dude. You can see as clear as day that he here to stay. Either get with the program or move out the way. Ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude, he back with another one, another one, another one, another one. You ain't know. Let's just be easy. Ay, ay. Let's just be easy. That dude. Be easy. Is that dude. You hear me? You feel me? Ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. B-Eazy. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, he is that dude. It's plain and obvious. A certified professional, ain't never been a hobbyist. He is one of the nicest, realest, coldest, and dopest. So you should take notice. Woo! Dat dude, B-Eazy, dat dude, B-Eazy, dat dude. Show love and support to B-Eazy, dat dude.
B-Eazy, B-Eazy.
For sure, you already know. It's easy to see why he is that dude. He's been a favorite, even if you hating it. Give him his flowers, pay him respect. He's a certified legend and one of the best. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, remember the name.
B-Eazy Dat. If you feel the vibe, like, share, and subscribe. We growing on this journey. Come and take a ride. If you wanna slide with that dude, be easy. We going all the way to the top, believe me. All the way to the top, believe me.
Be easy, he is that dude. Ooh, he is that dude. That dude, be easy, he is the one that you can call so he can get the job done. He about to reign supreme if you thought his run would soon end. He just getting started though, so go ahead and tune in. Be easy, he is that dude. Ooh, 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 he is that dude.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Follow. Be easy. You know you want to.
We're waiting.